I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs for the inquiry into racism, hate and violence directed at Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and future. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal peoples and their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of 6 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. Any answers to questions taken on notice at this public hearing will also be published on the Committee's website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening online of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the Committee. I now call on representatives from the Coalition of the Peaks to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? And I might start with you first, Ms Mills.
Thank you, Chair. If I could begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay my deep respects to their elders, past and present. So I'm Janella Mills, and I appear before you today as lead convener of the Coalition of Peaks.
Thank you, Ms Mills. Ms Charles.
Yeah, Lisa Charles, and I appear before the committee as the Executive Director of the Coalition of Peaks Policy and Secretariat team.
Thank you very much. I've got a little spiel and then I'll invite you to make an opening statement. So, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard. It attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live on the Parliament's website with audio only. And for the benefit of both of you, we also have media present in the room as well. I remind members of the gallery that you do need the consent of the committee and witnesses at the table before taking any photos or filming. In the room, given you're both online and can't see, I'm joined by Senator Thorpe and Senator Little, and Mr G will be joining us at some point this morning. I will now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. I want to acknowledge that I'm joining from Gimor, Wallaburra Yindinji Yimbanji Nation in a place now known as Cairns, and I just want to extend my love and deep respect and regard of the eldership across my region. My name is Janella Mills, and I'm a deeply proud Torres Strait Islander woman. I belong to the Korkazal Nation with ancestral and family links to Mussig and Nagi. I'm the chair of NACCHO, the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation, interim chair of Our Ways Strong Together, lawyer, First Nations lead at Mallesons, and I also have the great privilege to be the lead convener of the Coalition of Peaks. The Coalition of Peaks is a representative body of more than 80 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled peaks. And our members, they represent approximately 800 organisations working on the ground to provide services to more than 500,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people across the country, and we operate in every state and territory. In appearing before the committee today, it is important to recognise that the Coalition of Peaks is not the voice envisaged in the Uluru Statement from the Heart. As we all know, the 2023 referendum to establish a constitutionally enshrined voice was defeated, and the Coalition of Peaks has never seen itself as a replacement. In fact, the result of the referendum has given rise to many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people experiencing more overt, direct, intentional and harmful expressions of racism, particularly online. Our submission makes one key central point. Racism directed at Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples is not just an isolated or occasional problem. It is systemic, structural and embedded across Australia's institutions and systems. The complex and multiple ways that our people experience racism require multiple and wide-ranging solutions and responses. There won't be a silver bullet for this problem. Our key message today is that addressing structural racism requires structural solutions, and Australia already has a framework capable of contributing to these solutions, the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. Most Australians would be familiar with the Closing the Gap targets, but the targets are not the transformational part of the National Agreement. What makes the National Agreement most important are the 4 priority reforms. These provide the architecture needed to address racism by strengthening self-determination through shared decision-making, building the community-controlled sector, transforming government organisations, and improving data and accountability. Addressing racism requires more than responding to individual incidents. It requires structural reform, genuine partnership and accountability. Aboriginal and Torres Strait peoples must be at the centre of designing, implementing and monitoring the solutions. Thank you, Chair. I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. We'll proceed to questions and begin with Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today, the Coalition of Peaks. One of the things your submission strongly addresses is the need for government accountability. The Victorian Labor government are a no-show today. In fact, all governments around the country except for Tasmania this week, and we did have some of the feds appear at a Canberra hearing, but basically every other state and territory has not appeared. What's your response to that? If we have the victims coming to the table, victim survivors, but not the perpetrators?
Thank you for the question, Senator Thorpe. My first response is one of deep disappointment. This inquiry is an important vehicle to bring voices forward. It's an important vehicle to be able to engage in a process where Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, our institutions and our communities are having direct dialogue with government. If I could draw your attention to Priority Reform 3, which specifically speaks to transforming government, that is a very critical piece of work in moving forward under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. Governments have signed, all levels of government, from the Commonwealth right to the local government level, agreeing to a range of targets, but specifically the ways of working, which are the priority reforms. And if I could just highlight the role of Priority Reform 3, again, which is around transforming government.
Thank you. The federal Labor government have had the National Anti-Racism Framework for over 20 months now. They haven't responded. No one's come out to talk about it since it was handed to them from the National Human Rights Commission. How important is it that this country has an anti-racism framework that is led and supported by the federal government?
It is critically important. History serves to demonstrate a very strong story where there is a plethora of recommendations, inquiries, frameworks, if I could just rattle off a few. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander deaths in custody, bringing them home report, the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, the National Framework on Racism. These are all critical vehicles with solutions embedded in the work. The National Framework on Racism, alongside of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, they are complementary, and I would encourage, as we have continued to do at the Coalition of Peaks, to push the dialogue of the importance of using both of those pieces of work to implement legislative changes, particularly in relation to the Racial Discrimination Act.
Thank you. I must be upfront and say I don't believe in the closing the gap targets. I think they're an absolute joke, and that people on the ground at the grassroots level have no faith in it, given I predominantly only work with people that are experiencing deaths in custody, child removals, suicides, homelessness, you know, the hard end of the stick, basically, that no other politician will take up. So closing the gap targets, particularly deaths in custody, child removals and suicide, have got worse. Is that genocide? Are they just picking what they feel good about and leaving the rest so that we can just die off slowly? Like, why are they failing? And what's the point of pointing out closing the gap targets when they mean absolutely nothing to those families I just spoke about?
And also, I share the pain of the experience of what Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families and communities are going through. The critical point to make, as I spoke to in my opening remarks, the targets have a lot of attention and focus around them. What is critical are the priority reforms, their decision-making, building and strengthening community-controlled organisations, transforming government and making sure that the data sits with our people. The Coalition of Peaks, all of our members are delivering grassroots services. We are calling for the full implementation of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap so that our communities can begin to share in the decisions, develop and design the services that are needed on the ground, and those services that are needed on the ground need to be supported with sustainable long-term funding. So your point on the challenges that we have and the experiences of community, they are real, but we know that our community-controlled organisations are part of contributing to the reduction of racism, but also the needs and the services that our communities are requiring every day.
Thank you. I was born into community control in 1973, and my grandmother was part of the National Aboriginal and Islander Health Organisation, which preceded NACCHO, and NACCHO, as we know, has been quite corporatised, sits in a building next to the Department of Defence. Can you tell me what the new version of community control is? What does it mean? What does it look like from the Peaks perspective? Because what I hear on the ground is not the same, so it's a little bit of a disconnect there. It'd be good for listeners to understand what the new version of community control definition is. I believe it's changed.
And also, if I can speak to, with my NACCHO chair hat, what community control means to our 148 members. Community controlled is where our communities have full agency. And if I can unpack that slightly, and yes, there are definitions that sit within various frameworks, but for me, here on Gimoy in Cairns, what it means to me is where our people in our community make the decision who is going to represent them on particular organisations. They have a deep responsibility to meet not just the business end of meeting directors' duties and responsibilities, but also the cultural knowledge and law. And so when we sit here on Gimoy, community control is every day Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that are members of organisations, they have a right to vote for the structure of their board settings.
Great. We have a number of so-called community-controlled organisations in Victoria that have closed memberships so they don't let community in, which I know are members of the Coalition of Peaks. So I can provide that information if you like, but it's pretty well known in Victoria that you can't get in as community members, so they maintain control and have CEOs there for 30 years, even if they're convicted rapists. Aside from that, do you, as a Coalition of Peaks, support national legislation on the Aboriginal child placement principle, given the racist policies that we're seeing from the Northern Territory government, potentially the Queensland government, that will remove the Aboriginal child placement principle? We hear from the Minister that she writes letters and has conversations, but it's causing harm already, and just want to know what your position is on a national approach to legislation.
I think a national approach to legislation is one mechanism. The important part of that national approach, particularly the reference you're making around the child placement principles, is those child placement principles need to have accountability measures that sit alongside of them. It's not a voluntary approach, it's very much an expectation of systems that, and let's call them child protection, these systems have an understanding of how they must operate with our communities and more importantly, our families. So to your specific question around my personal opinion, yes, we do need a national framework, but that national framework needs to also be embodied into those intergovernmental agreements around how funding is distributed also.
We heard from your CEO last week in, I think, Brisbane, who didn't think that there was federal appetite for national legislation for the Aboriginal child placement principle. So, if Nacho and the Coalition of Peaks, which the government love, by the way, Minister for Indigenous Australians only refers to those two groups for anything about our people, if you joined forces and were on the same page, would that be something that you would put to the Minister for Indigenous Australians and Tanya Plibersek, Minister Plibersek, to introduce legislation to ensure that our children are not subjected to this racism in those states and territories?
I think the starting point, Senator Thorpe, is, and you've made reference to the Northern Territory and Queensland, which is my home state. There is some real hurt and pain that families are experiencing. The starting point is to, and the word consultation, I'm challenged in saying consultation. We need to sit with our structures and our families to really ensure that a national approach is the approach that they are also calling for. If that legitimacy came from our communities, from our families, then my responsibility as lead convener of Coalition of Peaks and also as chair of NACHO would be what I would be taking forward. I have a responsibility for the membership of NACHO and also for the community controlled organisation members that sit and are the Coalition of Peaks.
So how quickly could you get the Coalition of Peaks and all them CEOs together to support national legislation to protect our children? I think it's a no-brainer. And I think we just lost our CEO of our health service for whatever reason, we don't know. But how quickly can you get your 148 members? Can it be an email? Like when could this happen? Because children are actually dying. They're being subjected to extreme violence, particularly in the Northern Territory and in Queensland. We heard in the inquiry, like children are hurting now. So how long would the process be to have all of your members agree to national legislation? We've got Parliament sitting next week. Labor could introduce it next week and have it all sorted.
We can move, as you've just spoken to. It would be making sure that we have the right partners to be able to start that process. Now, the National Commissioner, we have a new National Commissioner and Commissioner Sue-Ann Hunter. There would be direct engagement with SNAPE, with Catherine Little as the CEO, to make sure that their membership alongside of NACHO's membership with the broader Coalition of Peaks membership would be open to bringing this forward as a priority. And then from that position, then I would take that information and have a dialogue with both Minister McCarthy and Minister Plibersek.
Would you talk to grandmothers against removals who are the ones turning up to courts trying to save babies from being put into white families? Or do they need to be CEOs and chairpersons and organisations?
Apologies, Senator Thorpe, I missed that bit. Please, could you repeat the question?
Grandmothers against removals, the unpaid pensioner, mainly elders who are fighting to stop our children from being stolen and put into white families or the system. Would you consider talking to the grandmothers against removals around the country? Or do they need to be CEOs and organisations?
Senator Thorpe, I would be happy to speak to those individuals. You do not, the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, it's for all of us. It's not just for government. It is an invitation, particularly for corporates to engage. For all individuals that speak to being allies, speak to having reconciliation action plans, it is a roadmap for all. And so your specific question around me meeting with them, yes, I would.
And
you do not need to be a chair or a CEO in order to be able to have a conversation.
Great. And would that include Aboriginal legal services as well, who are on the front line and fighting to keep their doors open?
Aboriginal Legal Services, they are members of the Coalition of Peaks.
Yeah, okay. I'm happy to hand the chair over.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Did you want to ask questions? I'll hand the call to Senator Little.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. We've heard from, I think we're heading towards 1,000 submissions, and most of directly referring to very personal and traumatic experiences of racism. I'm interested to hear your view on what mechanism or response would actually ensure that a response to some of the issues that they've raised doesn't leave the accountability or responsibility within the domain of the people who are least powerful to actually trigger and sustain change.
Thank you for the question, Senator Little. The starting point is the structural and the systemic nature is so oppressive. We know that for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to engage in a system, one, they don't feel safe. Two, there is a fear of what could come from making a report. And so a part of responding to that is we need to really be looking at building systems where there is a level of trust, there is a sense of safety that individuals feel. The way that you've shaped the question to me, it makes me really think about communities that one language could be a third language, be their third language. Issues around digital infrastructure, issues around navigating the system. There are all challenges in order to be able to raise your hand and say that you're experiencing various forms of racism. What is really key is making sure that these systems have accountability. These systems need to be built with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
I'm wanting to ask about economic and social inclusion, particularly where it is that people can contribute with equality of opportunity and can move either within the private sector, the not-for-profit sector, the government sector, the Aboriginal community-controlled sector, seamlessly and effortlessly in both service delivery and as a contributor perhaps to the workforce. I'm interested in hearing your view on how we actually, on the importance of making sure that we're talking about opportunity right across the spectrum. We have a situation right now where the private sector on a per capita basis is a greater contributor to the participation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in their workforce than currently some governments and government agencies. So I'm interested to hear how we actually ensure there is participation across all opportunity for people and how you see that contributing to the inclusion, whether economic, personal or professional, of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
That's a very big question, Senator. I think there's a number of pieces. So when I think back to the last 5 years, corporates have demonstrated at a very, very high level, not only the funds, but the resourcing that they put forward when we had the voice referendum process. What we need to do, in my opinion, in moving forward is there needs to be an engagement with corporate Australia, led by community-controlled organisations, with government around what everyone's role is within the national agreement on closing the gap.
But I think you're segueing into somewhere where I'm really wanting to explore that. They're doing it already, many of them. How do we get more of them to do it? Because they're doing it on their own. They're doing it already. And we're seeing the performance of government in some cases actually going backwards.
Senator, when you say we see them already doing it now, are you making reference to the corporates doing it now?
Yeah, there are industries that have much greater participation levels than some agencies that deliver services. So I'm interested to understand. I mean, I go back to my earlier question. You're raising again Aboriginal community controlled. You've got enough to do. It's not your job, I don't think, to participate in trying to do that when they're doing that already. But what do you think would be a mechanism to actually getting greater success in those other areas where we should be seeing greater success? I mean, yesterday we had the media, people from the media in here, and I think last time I looked at those stats, even our national broadcaster statistics on the actual participation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people was not where it should be, given they've been doing that work for nearly 30 years now.
Little, if I could please, I will ask Lisa Charles to answer that question first, and then I will give a response.
Thanks, Janella. In terms of increasing the numbers of our people within governments and across other sectors, what I would say is that under Priority Reform 3, it really goes to part of transforming government under the national agreement. So as you would know, that having more people within your organisation, business or agency does create better outcomes, you know, the opportunity for better outcomes and a more culturally appropriate, safe environment to some degree. We're working in partnership with the Commonwealth on a number of different programs, policies that go to embedding the priority reforms within the way the government is working, and that would extend to how they're employing and fostering staff to, remain in government agencies. So that's the extent that we're working with them, because as you rightly point out, it is the responsibility of the government agencies and the private sector to have an environment, have a workplace environment where people feel safe to show up to work, and regardless of their culture or background. The only other thing I would say, The only other thing I would say is that our community-controlled organisations are one of the top employers. I think they're the third largest employer across the nation of our people. And we know that when Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people work in community-controlled, that they have the support available around them to be able to do the work that they do. Thank you.
I'm fine.
You
Thank
good?
you.
All right. Thank you, Senator Little. Just a couple of questions from me. Your submission says that the national agreement is the key mechanism to addressing racism. Can you tell us how?
It is a key mechanism to addressing racism. If I could just draw your attention to Priority Reform 3, transforming government institutions under the national agreement. It really does go directly to that question. Priority Reform 3 acknowledges that there will be settings where our people have to interact with government or non-Indigenous service providers. And by way of example, let's think about hospitals and police. What is also captured by Priority Reform 3 is that the public service itself needs reform to be both, as Lisa spoke to, a safe employer for our people, but also to ensure that institutions that are developing policies and advising government are not reinforcing structural racism. Within the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, Clause 55, it speaks specifically that there is a commitment to transform elements which are identify and eliminate racism, embed and practice meaningful cultural safety, deliver services in partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations, communities and people, increase accountability through transparent funding allocations, support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures. I mean, that is just the mechanism to make sure that racism, because in order to eliminate racism, there is an understanding and a broadness around that these systems and structures at their very base are structurally racist. And so without Priority Reform 3, I just cannot see how we can improve the institutions that our people are engaging with daily.
So some of the evidence that we've got through this inquiry is it's not necessarily about the policy, it's about the implementation. So I'm wondering what's your role in the accountability, and is it enough if it's written down there? We've got agreements from states and territories, but we've heard pretty strong evidence when we've travelled about the commitments that governments have made around the country being explicitly ignored. I'm wondering what's your role in that? Like, is the accountability that's in there enough? Is there accountability in the Closing the Gap framework?
So the Closing the Gap framework is an agreement. Accountability really does come through these structures, which is the independent mechanism, Clause 67 within the National Agreement. It is a piece of work that is ongoing, and it's a piece of work that requires leadership from the Commonwealth in driving that into the states and the territories. Part of what we have to do together is that governments have a responsibility to deliver alongside of us, but we're not building the institutions. We are working within institutions.
So, I suppose what I'm thinking about is what does it look like when governments don't deliver? Do you feel like you've got enough to hold governments to account?
No, we don't have enough. No, we do not. Sorry, I've got a bit of back play there.
No, that's okay. I'll let you respond before I ask my question.
What I see moving forward is part of it is the federal funding agreements. We need to have the Commonwealth utilising levers that they have across states and territories. Intergovernmental agreements where when the money's flowing from the Commonwealth into jurisdictions, there are milestones, there is accountability, there are KPIs against it. That level of accountability would shift the work that we're doing within the National Agreement on Closing the Gap structure. We can use the Northern Territory or Queensland as examples, particularly when it comes to youth detention, reducing the age of criminal responsibility. We need Commonwealth levers to assist us.
And I imagine there's already milestones or, markers in funding agreements between the Commonwealth and states and territories. So what you're suggesting is that there is a change to those agreements in terms of how they are given to states and territories, and potentially those milestone payments need to change, but what triggers a payment needs to change. And then I suppose my question is, who makes the decision about whether those milestones have been met or not?
I think those the decisions around whether milestones have been met or not needs to be in partnership with community-controlled organisations. If we're delivering the frontline services and we are receiving funding through a structure that doesn't feed the majority of the money to the organisations on the ground, that needs to be changed. So there's some feedback coming through as well.
Yeah, we've just had somebody join online via teleconference, and I think they probably weren't on mute, so there was some feedback that happened for a second there. I think we're okay now, though.
Chair, if I could make the final point on your question, it is fully implementing the national agreement, but embedding those priority reforms. If I could just go through them again. Priority reform 1, shared decision making. Shared decision making is about the accountability. Priority reform 2, strengthening community control. Priority reform 3, transforming government. And the last priority reform 4, data. Embedding those priority reforms through federal funding agreements into whatever the agreement is, they must be embedded within that structure.
Thank you. And my final question is, we are due to wrap up. I did want to get to online racism. You mention it in your submission. Can you briefly talk about the harms of online racism that you see through, that you hear about through your members or in your own work? And then if you can, I suppose point to what are your thoughts, solutions to those challenges? What are the recommendations you think governments can and should do to keep our people safe online?
We have seen over the last few years such an increase in the attacks by online racism, particularly even more so in the last 6 months. I'm really struggling with hearing. There's such feedback coming through. If you can just give me a second, I'm just going to put headphones in, Chair.
If headphones and or being on loudspeaker is usually not helpful. So if you are on either of those things, it would be great for you to take yourself off. But we aren't getting any feedback on our end, so we can't hear any repeating or anything like that on our end.
I'm taking the headphones out now. The peaks certainly have observed social media and digital platforms have fundamentally changed the scale, the speed and intensity of racism experienced by our people. Online environments, they enable racist content to just be off. It's just insane. Abuse, the threats, the misinformation to spread rapidly and widely, often with limited consequences for perpetrators. As you said, our submission stresses that online racism is not confined to the digital sphere. It deeply impacts mental health, community wellbeing, public participation and perceptions of safety. It also contributes to broader social tensions, and it discourages our people from participating in a range of different roles. The Coalition, we've been arguing that existing systems are often inconsistent. They're really difficult to navigate. they're culturally unsafe, and they're slow to respond. So what we're asking for is that we recognise that online racism, the significance and the growing contributor that it is to harm that is experienced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, recognise that current platform government's arrangements are failing to adequately protect our people from online racism. We need to treat racism as a public policy issue with real-world emotional and social impacts. So part of that response is to work with our structures, our institutions, to make sure that we can build an infrastructure that provides and removes all of those barriers so that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people feel safe in engaging with a system that is designed to support and keep them safe.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Senator Little has one final question before we conclude our time. Yeah. Senator Little.
Thank you. We've been talking a bit about agencies, organisations and governments. I want to ask you about bystanders and observers and what mechanisms do we need to be giving consideration to assist them to engage more in this discussion and in action.
Senator Little, when you say bystanders, so bystanders that are quiet on racism?
Well, I guess anyone, whether they're quiet, because silence is also an issue, whether they're quiet, whether they are combatants. I'm just interested to understand if you've given any thought to how there might be more comprehensive, more sustained responses from people and more confidence in responses from people who are bystanders or observers. Whether they're online, whether they're in a workplace, whether they're on the street, whether they're at a nightclub, it doesn't matter.
I mean, at a high level, it is amending the Racial Discrimination Act. So it moves away from just the personal to understanding that it is structural. At a more sort of granular level, there just needs to be a really large piece of work on truth-telling. There needs to be a piece of work in understanding the example of the hate speech that we're seeing online, where it is not monitored, there is no accountability, just creates a really deep environment to continue that. If there is no level of accountability, it will continue on. So in response, my answer is we need to really focus on an education piece, but it needs to be also supported with more than just defamation, more than just Racial Discrimination Act. We need to move to some type of structure where the reporting is heard and it is dealt with appropriately. Part of dealing with it is to make sure that systems like judicial systems and police systems do a large body of work in understanding the pervasive nature of racism, a large body of work making sure that their cultural competency is at a scale to understand the nature of the challenge that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are facing.
Thank you, Senator Little, and thank you, Ms Mills. That does conclude the time that we have for questions this morning. We really appreciate you giving up your time to come and give evidence to a really important conversation that we are having, inquiry that we are having. I don't think you've taken any questions on notice, but if you have, if you can please forward it to the Secretariat by the 28th of August, we'd be grateful. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today. And if you are having a read through it and you see that there are any errors there, you can request that they be fixed. Thank you very much to both of you. We will now take a very short suspension while we welcome the next witnesses.
Thank you, Chair.
We will now resume. I call on representatives from the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Legal Service and VALS, Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service, I should say, JIRA, the Victorian Aboriginal Child and Community Agency, to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? And I might start in the room first with Auntie Muriel.
Muriel Bamblett, I'm a Yorta Yorta Chachalung Tangrong Bunurong woman and CEO of the Victorian Aboriginal Child and Community Agency.
Narita Waite, CEO of the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service, also known as VALS, and Chair of NATSLs, and I am a Yorta Yorta Tanarong and Ngarrindjeri woman.
Perfect. We'll go online and we'll go to Ms Thomas.
Darlene Thomas, Bartholomew woman, advocacy advisor to JIRA CEO Antoinette Braybrook. I pass on her apologies for not being able to be here today.
Thank you very much. Mr Espy.
And Nick Espy, General Manager of NATSLs.
Thank you very much. I've got a little spiel and then I'll invite each of you to make an opening statement. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false and misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard. It attracts parliamentary privilege. It's also being broadcast live via audio on the Parliament's website. I remind members of the gallery that you do need the consent of the committee and witnesses at the table before taking photos. If you see somebody who's taking photos, it's because they already do have the express consent of the committee. It would be helpful, I think, for people listening online if you could state your name before responding to each question, because there is only audio online, so because they can't see what's going on, it's helpful if you let them know who's speaking at any one time. For those joining us online, I'm joined in the room today by Senator Thorpe and Senator Little, and there's myself, Senator Stewart, as well. I will now invite you to make an opening statement. I'll begin with Becca.
Hi everybody. Firstly, I acknowledge the committee and thank you very much for doing this because I think it's such a critical piece of work that needs to be done. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, their elders past, present and all Aboriginal people today. I think I want to apologise that you have to hear some of the worst stories about what's happening for our people out there and the vilification, the racism. I think it's going to be traumatising for the three of you here today, and I think it's just acknowledgement of that work and the fact that you're doing it. We've put in a written submission and we've obviously identified that racism, hate and violence is being directed at our people at the systemic and level, and it's entrenched and increasing across institutional, social media, online and public contexts. Racism is embedded in the design and operation of mainstream and statutory systems. The colonial system that we've taken on has never ever met the needs of our people. Racism is amplified through online platforms, reinforced by ideology-motivated extremism and inadequately addressed through existing reporting and accountability mechanisms. These intersecting forces produce compounding and intergenerational harm for our people. In terms of my opening comment, I want to highlight the following points. Our First Nations people are living in a Western construct that fails to see us as Aboriginal people and our culture, let alone value what we bring to this country. There is a separatism at the highest extreme. The failed voice referendum has caused untold harm. Aboriginal people continue to feel the ripple effects today of the no vote. Our people weren't able to walk the streets, weren't able to wear their Aboriginal, proudly wear their Aboriginal flag on them. Their lanyards they had to hide in order to feel culturally safe on our streets. You'll have seen the appalling tax on welcome to country and at big public events. What you're not seeing is the attacks that happen in lower profile community events, such as we had a Stolen Generations return to country. where we saw our mob being attacked on these visits, and it was really shameful. Our children are being bullied because of their culture. If there's some negative story on Aboriginal culture on the TV the night before, they get it in the school grounds. Our workplaces, if you're sick, you're being told you can't hold your drink. These are racial stereotypes that are being played out. Aboriginal people can't run businesses and be public without attracting suspicion, disdain, discrimination, hate and violence. Our children and young people are being sexually and criminally exploited. We are seeing rising racism in sport and at the grassroots level. We're seeing the impacts on funding, on philanthropic, on our partnerships. Racism and stereotypes permeate social media and television. It turns children and young people away from our culture. They don't want to identify, they don't want to acknowledge that they're Aboriginal because of the racism that's out there. As society, we need to call it out, but that's not enough. Our people need to be provided with strategies on how to stand up to racism, assert their legal rights, but also have courage in being Aboriginal and feel the strength of being Aboriginal. Our children need to know that their concerns won't be minimised, that they won't experience backlash or retaliation. Obviously, there are things that we can do. When we look at the AFL, they turn people around. When we look at what was done to prevent racism, they have done it at the AFL level. I would like to ask you, and I guess it's not for you to ask us all the questions, but it's important. You are leaders, and you are leaders in our national parliament. What are you doing? What assurance can you give us as Aboriginal people that this inquiry will deliver meaningful change? How does the Commonwealth intend to turn the harmful community impacts of the no vote around? While Aboriginal people do have the solutions, this shouldn't be our burden. Government did a lot to turn white Australia against us. It's now time to turn the tide back and to take responsibility and accountability to address the racism that's in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie Muriel. Ms Waite.
Thank you. And apologies if my voice cuts out at times. I've been sick lately and apparently have my own personal band. I would first like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people, traditional owners of the land, skies and waters that I'm on today, and I pay my respects to their elders past and present. Always was and always will be Aboriginal land. I also acknowledge all the Aboriginal people here today, especially Annie Muriel, and also those who shared their stories as part of developing vows at submission. We were incredibly lucky to host a number of community days where elders, young people, parents, aunties and uncles shared their lived experience of racism, both structural and interpersonal. Racism can't be understood as a singular issue. As First Peoples, we know that racism is ingrained in the Australian systems and culture. It's been upheld by political narratives, the media, the education systems, and in legal systems since invasion. One of the books that I've always found really helpful in this space is Another Day in the Colony by Chelsea Watego, where she writes as the colony is an ongoing condition, not an historical event. It's one that resonates because it speaks to that racism isn't something that you see just on the street, online, or in the schoolyard, or on a sporting field, because it isn't accidental, isn't episodic. It's not simply a problem of ignorance. It's at the heart of the structures that have already decided whose lives are protected, whose evidence is believed, and whose grief is recognised, and whose deaths are treated as inevitable. This harm is real, and it's what happens when systems continue to manage, punish, disbelieve, and contain Aboriginal people while asking us to prove again and again that that harm is real. It's in the routine operation of state systems that overpolice Aboriginal people, remove our kids, deny culturally safe care, underfund our services and solutions. It's in the incredibly disturbing and dangerous rise of extremism directed towards our people. Just days ago, our people at Camp Sovereignty in Melbourne were attacked again, and the sacred fire desecrated the site where Aboriginal lives lay. Racism is a threat to our well-being. Every day, We're sick and tired of endless inquiries and reports that just go nowhere. Subjecting Aboriginal people to consultation fatigue and cultural load is in itself a form of systemic racism and oppression. How many times do we need to tell you that government institutions, racism exists before you will believe us, before you will act? We refuse to be a target for hate immigrants anymore. We deserve to be free from racism in all of its forms. My kids deserve to be treated the same. We want to see transformational change that addresses harms perpetrated by systems. We want to see changes in beliefs and behaviours, in the enduring social structures that uphold cultures where interpersonal racism is perpetrated and can never be criticised. VAL's submission makes 53 recommendations, and yes, I acknowledge it is lengthy, but it's lengthy because of the voices that contributed to it. There are 3 key recommendations that I want you to pay personal attention to. Those are the implementation of the Uluru Statement in full, including a Makarrata Commission, which this government has walked away from time and time again. The establishment of a National Human Rights Act to protect human rights and provide redress when rights are breached. And of course, the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. You don't need more evidence that racism exists. What you need is to recommend the structural reforms that Aboriginal people, ACOs, ATSIAs, and communities have already identified. Anti-racism cannot mean more consultation without power. It must mean implementation, accountability, funding, and self-determination. This government and the parliaments of this country hold the power to put a stop to this, to stop asking the same question and to finally start to act on the evidence. Racism against our people, our communities, our children must end now.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. I might go online to JIRA. Oh, sorry, I'm just letting people on the call know we also have SBS cameras now in the room, so I'm just going to get the consent of everybody again. Thank you very much. Ms. Thomas.
Consent online.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ms. Thomas, please proceed with your opening statement.
Thank you. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the Milwall Valley, where I'm joining you from today, and pay my respects to all elders past, present and emerging. I thank the committee for inviting JIRA to give evidence on this important issue and for providing us an opportunity to elevate the voices of every Aboriginal woman in Victoria who for more than 2 decades has placed enormous trust in JIRA. I'd like to acknowledge all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people participating in this inquiry and acknowledge every Aboriginal woman and child whose lives are disproportionately impacted by racism, hate and violence every day. And racism is causing life-threatening harm to our young people. As recently as last night in Mildura, young people were seriously harmed as a result of racism. This is allowed to happen because people at the very top are not leading by example. They can call them anything you want to because we are allowed to. True leaders should create an environment to think through the violent colonisation of our country, racism was and still is dispersed into our laws, policies and institutions. The system is not broken, it's working as it has been designed. This systemic racism compounds the impact of family violence, which Aboriginal women continue to experience and have experienced since colonisation. Systemic racism affects whether our women feel safe seeking support, whether they trust institutions, and whether they can access justice and protection. Our women tell JIRA that police often refuse to take their statements or properly investigate family violence or breaches of intervention orders. How can we expect Aboriginal women to report racism when acts of violence against them are ignored? Aboriginal women are often not believed because they don't present as the perfect victim, and police regularly believe male perpetrators over Aboriginal women. These men are most often non-Aboriginal. We don't call this misidentification, we call this racial targeting. One of the clearest and most disturbing examples of systemic and racist harm is in Aboriginal women who have died in custody. These women weren't seen in any other way than in the colour of their skin. A punitive 2025 bail reform was passed in response to moral panic, and as warned by Aboriginal leaders, we have seen the number of Aboriginal women in custody nearly double. We need to remember many of these women are mothers. 90% of jurors' legal clients in custody are mothers, and all have experienced family violence. The overt nature of systemic racism is clear in the child protection system. There are more Aboriginal children in out-of-home care now than there were when Prime Minister Kevin Rudd said sorry. If we want to make Aboriginal women safe, we need to address the racist comments in the media by politicians and social media outlets. How can Aboriginal women feel safe? How can Aboriginal women safely access our services when only this week a comment on our called Aboriginal women prolific shoplifters, fraudsters and petty thieves? How can we monitor the racism, hate and violence against Aboriginal women when we don't even bother to track the rates of family violence against Aboriginal women nationally, closing the gap target 13? Kira also worked with Aboriginal women to share stories and find solutions. These solutions have not been implemented, so we urge you to listen and implement them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will proceed to questions and we'll begin with Senator Little.
Thank you, and thank you for all your submissions. I'm just wanting to ask, we did hear from Jira very specifically about some upstream and downstream examples of contributors to discrimination that actually result in adverse outcomes and disproportionate outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. I'd just like to get a bit more information on how we actually intervene or make a difference in those areas, because we did hear some examples of legislative instruments, both national and international, but I'm looking for some information from you and a contribution from you about the more short-term responses that also need to be included in a response to these issues. I'm happy for anyone to answer that.
I'm happy to just begin on quickly on that, but it's probably more than Darlene's, because she lives the Mildura community. But yesterday, over the last few days, DSS, Department of Social Services, have been up with leaders within government departments, have all been up there to look at the issue of, obviously, a number of issues up there: family violence, child protection, as well as particularly justice. And I think that place-based has to be an approach. We've got in Victoria a treaty. Think about if we took a whole of community approach, Mildura would be a perfect place to begin to get a place-based approach to justice, child protection, health, education outcomes. And Darlene will probably talk more about it, but the sexual exploitation that's happening in Mildura, these are really big ticket things that can be approached by having a place-based approach. But we know that Commonwealth at the moment has got, particularly through DSS, are transitioning back to Aboriginal community control. There has to be proportional investment and local-based, place-based approaches to address this, because obviously systemic. Many of our people live in public housing. Many of our people have experienced huge amounts of violence, juvenile justice, and the only way in Victoria that we can tackle it is through place-based.
If I may add to that, certainly I think tailoring funding models to fit communities is a great approach, but that's only one element. There's a number of elements that need to work together in order to tackle racism, because it isn't just interpersonal, it is systemic. And funding alone is not going to solve this problem. And that is why, Senator, we really focused a lot of our recommendations on actually how do you change those system approaches. One of it is obviously around implementing UNDRIP. And I know Annie Muriel mentioned treaty. One of the things that treaty actually has in it is that any time government pass policy or legislation, they must produce a statement of compatibility with treaty principles. Those treaty principles, if you look at UNDRIP and kind of go side by side, are very reminiscent of one another. And that enables policymakers, legislators to really think and challenge themselves around, is this a policy that is going to do harm or will it benefit? And if it does harm, how do we mitigate that? Because often enough, what we see is that they think about that issue far too late when the harm has already occurred, when we're 6 or 12 months in and suddenly like, oh, damn, we need to do something here. The other element also, I think, really is how do you as a Commonwealth Government use the power that you hold? Not just in terms of funding, but agreements that you make. National Cabinet, the work of SCAG and all of these kind of mechanisms that you have in place. They all kind of talk or might have a placeholder on Close the Gap, but when it comes to holding themselves accountable or holding each other, it just doesn't happen. And so I think that we can't just think on kind of what can we implement as a policy or an approach. It's how do we tackle the system as a whole to change and transform society, where First Peoples can be safe.
Can I just pick up your comment about system as a whole? If children are wandering the streets because they're not in school, because there might be something happening in their home environment where they're not wanting to go home, the likelihood of those children coming to the attention of the public, the police, particularly any sort of protection services, is likely to be greater quite simply because of their visibility. When you talk about a whole of system approach, how do we actually ensure and how do we get better integration of the system to make sure that as perhaps those children are picked up there by whomever, that their transition is followed to a better outcome overall, rather than what we see is one organisation responding here and because they're funded to do this bit of work, the next organisation either has to be able to capture that because they've got a good relationship or they've been funded to continue that piece of work, and therefore you actually move, in this case, children from being simply on the street to addressing all of the issues that contribute to them being on the street and therefore being more visible, and then by virtue of that being more vulnerable.
I think
Darlene, can I just respond to that?
Yes.
Reject punitive responses and prioritise prevention. Recognising that safety is not achieved through prisons or child removal, but through sustained investment in preventative measures, including access to culturally safe services, secure housing, case management and specialist legal service and support. So Aboriginal women can escape cycles of harm established and sustained by ongoing impacts of colonisation. And implementing the Yuruk recommendations, which still haven't been done. The opening question there, why are our children visible is because of the colour of their skin, first and foremost. I think that in itself should clearly say that because our children are being removed at astonishing numbers and they're targeted because of the colour of their skin, we have incidences that happened as they did last night. And that is not okay. Our women and our children should be our priority, and their safety should be the only priority that we think about when we're talking about racism in this community. I'm not saying that all community. So I'm a little bit flustered because of what happened last night, and they are my family. I just think that if we keep removing our children and having community target our children because of the colour of their skin without actually appreciating and understanding the racial impact of the child protection systems, the justice systems that have created a society where our politicians are saying it's okay to be racist towards them because they're less than. Telling you, there's a post on one of our social medias that we had to hide. Tell your Aboriginal men to stop bashing and killing your Aboriginal women. Tell your Aboriginal women to be responsible parents. Cry me a river. Like, how can our community trust any of the systems that are in place to support them when we have things like this happen?
Senator Little, can
That's just also touching on.
I might just go to Ms. Waite in the room, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Espy, and then I'll go to Anna Muriel. But I'll go to Ms. Waite first. Sorry, directing some traffic. Everyone's got something to say. Ms. Waite.
I think it goes to the strength of the Senator's question. I think the answer is in the way the question is phrased itself. And that is the fact that the system sees that child as it sees itself as individual components. They don't see the connection between the two. So when they see a child on the street who's not going home, they don't see them as not going home for a reason that they might not feel safe, or actually said there might not just be a home to go to. Instead, they see them as they're out for trouble or some other negative connotation. They don't actually look beyond themselves and their actual function. And a lot of what the Closing the Gap agreement speaks to, and I'm sure Annie Muriel will expand upon this, the priority reforms are all about trying to break that individual focus and instead get the system working together, get them seeing a person as a whole, not just a part, and often the part that they choose to see. I also think that, and Nick might speak to this at some when he gets his turn, is around some of those initiatives that are being pushed by the Justice Policy Partnership, as well as peak bodies, to really try and make meaningful change in this space. And it doesn't mean that a kid in Mildura is going to be safe tomorrow. They might not be safe next week. But if we start to do the work now, we can perhaps promise them a positive future, not just one of endless maybes.
Yeah. Back to your question, I guess, about children and young people. I think it's really important to say that our children, we talk about children all the time, but we go to and focus on adult systems. We never get focus on children. And so Aboriginal children are focused, are victims of violence. Their parents are in prison. The high numbers of funerals that their children, are witnessing. So grief and loss. Their parents are often unemployed. There's mental health. There's disability. All these things impact on children, but we don't see it. And so we've got a system that constantly looks at adults and looks at how do we ameliorate the risk for the parents. And so I think, Senator Little, our systems have to be able to make children much more visible, and programs and services. We're not going to address the violence, the criminal activity by focusing constantly at the parents. So children and young people, they have a right to safety, they have a right, particular rights, but we don't actually, pursue their rights. And, at the moment, the really big issue that I have is we haven't got Aboriginal leadership. We've got Close the Gap, yes, but that's very focused on 17 social determinants and the 4 priority reforms. But our voice at setting protocols, principles and leadership, I'm sorry, but, governments have walked away from us having a voice at the national level to be able to inform protocols and the way that we work. You know, the demonising of welcome to country, but we haven't even agreed. What does a welcome to country? Should everybody do a welcome to country that does a presentation? What's our protocols? I think we've got to drive, as Aboriginal people, we've got to take leadership of what's our cultural business. And it shouldn't sit with government, no disrespect to you. You're all very, very highly respected, obviously, Aboriginal people that, you know, but how do we sit outside of government, set our own laws and our own, you know, if you don't give us the opportunity and the voice to drive, racism will not be addressed. We're getting attacked, and every time we get attacked, Tracy Westerman is absolutely, you know, amazing as far as, you know, her intellect informing how, you know, racism impacts. But we don't have enough people sitting and defending us. We're actually being vilified every time. We had, sadly, a young girl passed away from family violence. We didn't want to go out and publicly say she was Aboriginal because we were concerned that people would move away from sympathising with her and start to vilify her as an Aboriginal woman. Now, isn't that sad? We can't celebrate the fact that she had a life, that she had children, she contributed so much, but we couldn't do that because we know the haters would have got online and said, oh, you know, she probably deserved it, which was cruel, I believe.
Mr. Espy.
Yeah, look, Senator, just going back to your question around kids not being at school. Yes, our experience and a member's experience of kids in the criminal system, also in the child protection system, sometimes it is, or quite often it is, issues at home. But I think also key to see a response to not just the issues of perhaps what might be a functional family, but it's a dysfunction of government services response that also contributes to our kids not being at school, being highly visible, as someone said, because of their skin when they're not at school or when they're out at night time. The fact is, in a lot of our schools, our kids aren't wanted, our Aboriginal kids aren't wanted. If they've been disengaged with school, it's very difficult for them to simply come back to school. There are barriers that a lot of the schools, and I've seen that here in the Northern Territory where I've lived and worked, I've seen that in Western Australia where I've lived and worked, where there are kids that are disengaged, Aboriginal kids, often schools aren't doing enough to get them back, or they're simply not allowing them back into mainstream school services, or they're giving them reduced hours, and all these sort of tactics which really create segregation, or they're putting them in a non-mainstream school programs such as the Clontarf programs, and then not allowing them back into the mainstream services. Here in the Northern Territory, if a child has been in youth detention, or I'll say jail, if a child's been in jail, schools will not allow them back. If a child does make the decision that they simply want to get back to school, it's very difficult, and there are barriers. You talked about all the services and the need for a coordinated response. The central point where we see success in getting kids re-engaged in school or re-engaged in positive supports is generally not from the government-led response. It's not from the child protection officer. It's not from police or schools. It's generally the social supports led by, in some occasions, the social support officers in our ATSIA member organisations, or the ACO services that provide youth supports for kids in the community. When you have someone in those services that are connected to the community, an Indigenous social worker, for example, connected to the community, they are able to provide the central sort of link between the child, the family, and all the services. It means it's someone that the child and their families trust and rely on, and there's no threat of punitive action such as child protection or police. And for those kids that are visible out on the street, whether it's because they're not at school or because it's night time, our submission makes recommendations for alternative first responders rather than simply police attending these sort of things. We also make reference to things like community policing models where you're not just having the same law enforcement response, you're having Aboriginal community police officers or alternative services that work with the community, that know the family, that don't just respond in a punitive way.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions myself now. I think it was you, Miss Waite, or maybe it was you, Anna Muriel, that talked about treaty in Victoria being a part of the solution to the challenges that we face here, and how it's a really important accountability mechanism, but also, a mechanism to create real and meaningful change for our communities. We often see, I think, in the political debate, people's opposition to truth-telling or treaty because they don't think it's going to deliver meaningful outcomes. The evidence that you've given here today suggests actually quite the opposite. What does it mean then for, we're going into a state election here, what does it mean then for political parties, again, to use our people and the things that we've worked so hard for decades as a political football to gain votes? I'm interested in what impact that has on our communities and our mobs for the long term. And then what are the practical outcomes that treaty can deliver for our people? And I might start with you first, Ms. Waite, and then I'll go to Anna Muriel.
Thank you, Senator Stewart, for your question. And I want to, from the outset, kind of acknowledge that treaty is very personal to me as one of the three people who negotiated it and developed it. Look, my uncle told me when I was quite young and deciding to become a lawyer, because I thought that was the solution to everything, I was wrong, that blackfellas don't win votes. And whilst that might have seemed harsh from an uncle to a young girl, I'm thankful for that, because it gave me a very clear outset from the get-go that we are always going to be treated as a political football. We are always going to be communities that it's okay to harm, it's okay not to listen to them, it's okay to denigrate them, it's okay to disempower them, because it gave me a frame of what I would have to work towards. And for me, working towards that has been incremental, and treaty probably was the accumulation of that. And it was that because treaty works in three parts. So essentially, it does what governments have failed to do. It looks at communities as a whole. It looks how to make sure that we are not breaking children up into one component or one lens, but we are seeing them as a whole. It's about making sure that accountability doesn't stop at a parent's door or a community's door, that it goes all the way to the decision makers and above. It makes sure that we can have honest conversations about what is working and what is not, that we can talk about what community protocols are, what are the things that we need to tackle without fear of being vilified. It also means that we can put money where it is most effective, which is in self-determined solutions. When you look, for example, at the work of models like Yellum Yellum or Loch Badan or other programs and initiatives across ACOs, they often have the smallest of resources, but time and time again, they have the biggest of impacts. Those are the things that are working. If you look at the ATRO model of health, for example, that is one that now community health services are seeking to adopt because it works effectively. So I think when we look at treaty, not only is it making sure that we're looking at the community as a whole and we're implementing solutions as a whole, but we're also having honest conversations. We're holding ministers and departments and ourselves to account, and we're doing it in a way that doesn't put people at risk but seeks to empower and protect and progress.
Yeah. clearly treaty works in Victoria. Treaty, I believe, has changed the landscape of Victoria. We're seeing our culture now become much more visible. We now have, obviously, all traditional owners now holding many more activities, return to countries, culture, stories, revival of our culture is absolutely, we were the ones that were most impacted, I believe, by invasion in this part of the country, and to see our culture now being restored and language restored and ceremonies restored and elders' relationships and young people, I think that's the great thing about, obviously, treaty. The unfortunate part is that it's trying to unravel as well generations of historical removals, and so the service system hasn't been able to catch up with cultural renewal and embedding and the work, and so it's self-determination and the work of the Yurok, I think, is slowly, but I think we're going to have tensions if the Victorian government does walk away from treaty, and so we are seeing as models that the Victorian government, under a Labor government, have implemented around, particularly under Yurok and child protection, even though at the moment the numbers are small, but we're seeing more children going home and going home safely, children that have been on long-term orders, and that's because the government's transferred authority for Aboriginal children to Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. And so at the moment there are 5 Aboriginal organisations taking on guardianship. So if you look at children going home, the reunification rate for the department is 12%. Our reunification rate is 24%. And so even the data and Treasury, for every dollar spent, we're saving $5. So we're seeing more babies stay at home. We're able to get better responses to Aboriginal women. The issue clearly is with education. We've got the biggest referrer to child protection is education. And the education system is not built to deal with the welfare of our families. And so we have too many children, school refusals, children that are not in school, and then they're at risk of child exploitation, sex exploitation and criminal exploitation. And there's a very, very well established criminal element that is taking advantage of those children that aren't attending school, that are being bullied in the school and not going to school. And so these networks are really quite sophisticated and they're quite well developed across Victoria and other jurisdictions. And this country has an obligation to do something about that.
I think the only thing that we kind of need to make sure is on the record is that when you sign a treaty, it doesn't solve the whole world's problems right there and right then. It is going to take time because we have to unravel systems of harm. That is no easy feat. What we're doing now, obviously through in Victoria, is Gellingwall is standing itself up. It's going to need time to do that work, to see those positive changes on the ground. But putting decision-making power into the hands of community is never a bad choice.
Yeah, I think there'll be lots of...
halfway there. We've got 8 agreements across Victoria. So we've got health agreement, justice agreement, family violence agreement, housing agreements, child welfare, housing and homelessness. So we've got agreements across a number of portfolio areas, and so we have experienced self-determination. Our state is committed to self-determination. Other jurisdictions are winding it back. The Aboriginal Child Placement Principle is one of the standouts that we've been able to fight for the rights of children. But I think this nation is walking away from its human rights obligations to First Peoples. And I think most Australians wouldn't understand our rights and have really not supported our rights as First People and respect for us. I mean, we are First Peoples. Where's the love and respect for us as First Peoples? It's not there.
And I think that then goes to a number of recommendations that you see in Val's submission and Natsal's submission and others around the Commonwealth taking on its role and showing leadership in the human rights space by implementing UNDRIP, by creating a Human Rights Act. If the Commonwealth takes its responsibility to First People seriously, then it must show that with action, not just words.
I think there'll be plenty of people waiting at the doors to criticise Gillonwall for not having the runs on the board straight away, but I think the point that you've made, Ms Wade, about it setting itself up, we've got to trust that this is, we've got to stay the course, trust that this is the right framework, structure, process to get outcomes for our community. We can see that it's already working on the ground with some of the agreements we've got, even though it's slow. I want to ask about the racism that there is in the child protection system. I think we've heard a substantial amount of evidence about the racism in the justice system in particular through this inquiry. But having VIC here, I think, is a unique opportunity to hear about the racism that exists in the child protection system, and it persists despite the agreements that we've had in this state for a long time. And I think, and I don't know if this is still true, but I think Victoria certainly has one of the highest notification rates in the country for a so-called progressive state that's pretty atrocious. I'm keen to hear your experiences or what you see in terms of racism in the child protection system.
I think it's best to understand what are the contributors as well. I mean, if so many of our people, if you look at where many of the notifications come from, and they happen to align very much with the most impoverished suburbs. So many of our people live in, social housing, and so social housing, family violence, criminal justice, all of those things that I spoke about that children experience, they're the things that we're dealing with Aboriginal parents. And so have we got a response to poverty? No, we don't. And so unless we can really attack and understand how, just racial discrimination impacts on families, on their ability to break the cycle of poverty, to be able to move out of poverty, to move into jobs, to be able to live, buy their own houses, buy their own, to be able to live independently. So obviously we're looking at a lot of the institutions, so education, instead of referring to a child welfare organisation or being able to work with the child's welfare, they notify to child protection. Family violence is the biggest contributor for children going into out-of-home care. Do we have a response to family violence? And so clearly we've got a national plan. Clearly now we've got a peak body for family and domestic and sexual violence. We need to get really a better understanding. 72% of our children are coming into care because of family violence. And so, but its history is around family violence. We also know that the numbers of unborn reports for Aboriginal women having babies are more likely to progress to the child being removed. So do we have the services and the responses to work with young mums that are pregnant? No, we don't. And so a program that we're running is Bringing Up Aboriginal Babes at Home program, and that program's bringing about huge success. But it also is linked with a number of referrals that we have been given to legal service and JIRA are also evidencing that parental rights is a significant contributor to reducing the number of young babes being born.
Thanks, Darlene. Can I also add to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll go to you, Ms Thomas, and then I'll go to Ms Wade.
Firstly, I'd like to just remind everybody that the Children's, Youth and Families Act has a very strong undertone, and there's some very similar wording in that Act that also was in the Aboriginals Protection Act in the 1800s. So when we talk about racism, and we're talking about racism in the child protection area, there's already that undertone within its Act, 1. 2, child protection, child protection to criminal law is the criminal law pipeline. Our kids already become connected to the youth justice space as soon as they become a child protection client. And in response to children being removed because of family violence, it's because our systems blame victims for being assaulted and or experiencing family violence predominantly from non-Aboriginal perpetrators of family violence. So then the power is in the man's corner. And when we think about racism within our systems, our court systems are racist. If we think about a non-Aboriginal man and an Aboriginal woman having children, of course the police and the courts are going to favour the non-Aboriginal man over the Aboriginal woman. We at JIRA have seen that time and time again, and this is another reason why our children end up in care, because our women aren't actually treated as the victims that they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wade. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I'll come, Mr. Espy, you go and then I'll go to Ms. Wade.
Yeah, just broadly on the child protection system, we can't go past the issues that are happening now, where we're seeing governments in the Northern Territory and others probably likely to follow as they do, eroding and weakening the Aboriginal child placement principle. Those principles are there for a reason, because many reports and inquiries recognise the strength and protective factor of Aboriginal culture. Having worked in this space, I've seen the effect of children being removed from their family and placed in residential care or placed with non-Indigenous foster families being equally, if not more, of a detrimental impact to their long-term development and well-being, as equal or more to the reasons they may have been removed from their family in the first place. We truly need to shift to a system that supports families first, supports reintegration of children back with their families, and supports when there are reasons for needing to take children temporarily from their family, that they are placed as close to possible with family. The strengths of kinship placements are where we see successes, where we see children living with strong family that can support them, and that family being supported by the department. Too often we see, as was mentioned, it's a pathway to jail for our kids once they're removed from care. More often than not, and in places here like the Northern Territory, more children are placed in non-Indigenous families or with residential care, and it's absolutely a pathway to jail. It's absolutely a situation where often these kids end up in residential care. They're not receiving love, they're receiving people clocking in and out of a shift, and then they vote with their feet when they get to a certain age, and as they call it, they've self-placed. And that's when these kids, they will go back and find family, not the family that could have been identified to support them through proper channels and that fit the criteria. Often it's not that sort of family, it's whoever they can find that may not be in a position to support them. Desperately, we need intervention by the Commonwealth Government. The government, we would say, has the constitutional powers to intervene just to stop these sort of things happening. I think it was mentioned, it was a question to Coalition of Peaks around intervention with government legislation, which is something that National would support and has made those submissions. We need the investment, and we've seen successes in places like Central Australia with the Tunganjira Corporation, where they were doing the kinship mapping. They were working with government to find families that can assist kids that need to be placed temporarily away from their immediate family. These things work. They need to be streamlined everywhere. They need to be resourced. We can't just have, and we need the early intervention supports run by our ACOs, run by people that these families will trust and work with. That needs to be the focus. It's tragic that we're almost 10 years to the day when the NT Royal Commission commenced. I worked on that Royal Commission. We strengthened the Aboriginal child placement principles, and we're now seeing them eroded on the 10th anniversary of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Espy. Ms. Waite.
we know what the impacts of racism are in the child protection settings. And back in the day, I actually, when I was a legal representative, I used to act for parents and children who were subjected to the child protection system. That is not an easy space to work in. To see the racism and harm each and every day, where reports and notifications showed the bias in relation to parenting practices, also in relation to the perception of family violence. You know, you would have many instances where notifications were made, or PAs, which are protection applications, referring to family violence that occurred some 10 years ago. And at times not even with the current partner. And that was enough for them to decide to remove an Aboriginal child from their family. We know that unborn reports are increasing. We often have Aboriginal mums who are having babies ripped away at the moment of birth. I'm sure we all have experiences of having children, and can you imagine that feeling, that isolation, the harm that creates for mum, for baba, for the family, for the community? We learnt nothing from bringing them home. We've learnt nothing from the inquiries. That's what current practice would tell you, given it hasn't improved. We also know that the decision tools that perpetrate this inequality have never been tackled. We know that legislation that exists has never been transformed to provide that First Nation specific lens. We also know that when we talk about trying to change in this space, we often run up against, well, you can't be treated any differently. The problem is we already are treated differently. We're treated in a negative way, in a way that vilifies our families and communities. And that's why I would point you to case studies in our submission, whether it's Maryland's, which is at page 19, or Binark's at page 51, or stories that we hear each and every day about children whose only home is a garbage bag because there is no stability, there is no family, there is no community. That has been taken from them because of the racial bias that exists in the system. The Commonwealth Government, as we've outlined in our submission, has the opportunity to change this space. You can implement legislation for the child placement principle. You can implement minimum standards for both youth justice and child protection. You have a thing called the Constitution. It gives you power. It is time to use it.
Thank you, Ms. Wade.
Can I just add one point?
Yep.
And I do have to add it because of child welfare. In child welfare, Aboriginal services deliver an impoverished model of service system that isn't offered by mainstream. The big Anglicare, the big Save the Children, they get funded to support families. We, in the Aboriginal sector for many years, weren't funded to adequately support our families. So mainstream could, and the department would work with mainstream to provide cars for families, to provide units to build on, to provide emergency relief, white goods, all these support services for white families, but that model isn't offered to Aboriginal. And so for many years, Aboriginal people have been delivering a very cheap model of child welfare or even any service because we're not, we don't fit the mainstream model. And I think the mainstream model of delivering services is racist against Aboriginal people. And unless you're interrogated to understand why can't our families have a unit built on the back if they want to keep a young person in care? A white person gets. Why can a white person get a car from child protection and an Aboriginal family can't? Because the system doesn't think of us equitably. And it's racist. It's all systems. Education system, health systems, they're all racist against Aboriginal people. And unless we take a really good look at those systems, we're not going to change things for Aboriginal people.
Thank you very much. Senator Little's got one final question. I acknowledge that we are a little bit over time, but Senator Little.
I just want to ask this question of particularly this panel, and you may wish to even provide some more information on notice. We've talked about children, we've talked about families, we've talked about women, we've talked about everybody. I want to actually ask you about elders and what is happening with them, because we don't recognise enough the role that they play in families, and they are sicker and die earlier than other people, and their ability and power within our communities is being eroded for a whole range of reasons. I'm interested to understand if you can provide some information to this panel, whether now or on notice, about the context in which elders specifically are existing with these challenges.
I'd like to jump in, Senator, and just say one thing about elders in a lot of communities I've worked with in areas of the justice system is they're the first people to attend a community stakeholder meeting for free without getting paid, maybe a cup of tea. They're the first ones often to put their hand up to take a child, a family member, an extended family member, and look after them, whether it's to try and prevent them ending up being removed through child protection, being remaining in prison or detention due to criminal matters, or remaining in prison, you know, either not getting bail or not getting paroled. They are the first to welcome children back when they gain their freedom at age 18 and are removed from the child protection prison, which is how I've heard it described to me. They're the first to welcome those kids back and try and reintegrate them into the cultural etiquettes and cultural norms of their family and community, and help them to relearn language, law, Aboriginal law and culture. So that is probably a starting point. They're the free consultants that government agencies turn to every time they rock up to one of our remote communities. That's all I'll say for the moment, but happy to take some matters on notice.
Ms. Waite.
Yes, I'm happy to provide further information on notice if required, Senator Little. When we talk about the experiences of young people, adults, those are also the experiences of our elders. They are also experiencing harm when they're trying to obtain care of their grandchildren through the child protection system. They are also experiencing bias when they are trying to report that they are victims of crime with police. They are also victims of systemic racism and direct racism when they are online and they're celebrating, whether it be something like Treaty or NAIDOC Week, or even a post about their families or a community event, or at the sporting field supporting their grandchildren, and they're seeing, or great-grandchildren in some instances, and they're seeing vile abuse directed towards them. They're standing up for them. They are recipients of that as well. But there are also things that harm elders in a different way. One of those things is a matter which you'll see in our submission, Senator, at page 35 to 36, which talks about our age pension test case. You yourself acknowledge that Aboriginal elders die earlier. I know this from personal experience. My mum was dead at 52, my uncle at 60. My grandfather's lost half his children at this point in his life. And our elders aren't living long enough to access the age pension, but they have all of the health effects from years of neglect from health systems because of systemic racism and bias. They have had poor employment and education opportunities because of the systems that exist and continue to exist and what that meant for them. My mum herself was often told that she wasn't going to amount to anything because of the colour of her skin. That meant that she didn't pursue higher education, she didn't pursue other opportunities because she didn't believe that she was worthy of them. Those are the contexts of experience that elders live in, and the Commonwealth would have an opportunity to recognise this and recognise the effects and change the rules for Aboriginal people as it relates to the age pension test case, and then perhaps superannuation as well, to be more equitable, to allow them to have some dignity before they die. Denying them that is racism itself.
Thank you, Senator Little, and thank you to each of you for appearing before the inquiry and giving evidence this morning. It feels like there are a number of questions you'll probably get on notice from the panel, from the committee, but appreciate you giving up your time and using some powerful case studies this morning as well. Answers to questions on notice are due by the 28th of August, and you can also use that as an opportunity to provide any additional information you think will be useful for the committee as well in responding to those questions on notice. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today as well, and if when you're having a read through it you see that there are any errors in there, you can request that those be fixed. Thank you very much. We will now break for morning tea and return at 11:10. I now call on representatives from the Australian Education Union, Victorian branch, the Australian Council of Trade Unions, ACTU, the First Nations Workers Alliance and the National Union of Students to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And I might start down the left side of the table in the room and work our way down.
Justin Mullally, President, Australian Education Union, Victorian branch.
Rani Hanna, First Nations Committee Member, Australian Education Union, Victoria branch.
Kimberly Reid, First Nations Committee Member, Australian Education Union, Victorian branch.
Kirsten Sadler, Research Officer, Australian Education Union, Victorian branch.
Linda Williams, First Nations Organiser, AU Vic branch.
Lara Watson, Indigenous Officer at the Australian Council of Trade Unions, and I oversee the work of the First Nations Workers Alliance.
Frank Gaffer, one of the First Nations organisers at the Australian Education Union, Victoria branch.
Thank you. Mr McClelland.
Daniel McClelland, and I'm the National First Nations Officer at the National Union of Students.
Thank you very much. I've got a little spiel that I need to give and then I will go to questions. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard. It attracts parliamentary privilege and is also being broadcast live with audio only on the Parliament's website. As a witness, you should be aware that if you mention any person or organisation adversely today, you will be protected by parliamentary privilege, which means no legal action can be taken against you. However, the committee may determine it is necessary to offer named individuals or organisations with the right of reply for any negative comments made about them. I remind members of the gallery, I think we've got probably the same people who have been in this morning, they've got to hear this spiel again. I remind members of the gallery that you do need the express consent of the committee before taking photos or filming. If you see somebody taking photos or filming, it is because they already do have the consent of the committee. To assist you, Mr McClelland, the committee members I have with me in the room today is Senator Thorpe and Senator Little. And to help with anyone who might be listening online, and we do have a large panel in front of us today, it will be helpful if you say your name before you respond to each question so people who are listening online can track the conversation. And if you forget, I might just give you a gentle prod. Just by saying your name at the start of you making any comments. I'll now invite you to make an opening statement. I might start with the Education Union first.
Thank you, Senator. If it's pleasing to the committee, we had a discussion and we thought that it might be better from our point of view if the representative from the ACTU spoke first.
I'm very happy to be guided by you. Ms Watson.
Thank you very much. First of all, can I please acknowledge that we are on the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri Wurrung people and pay my respects, and also thank you to the committee for this opportunity to be able to contribute to this important inquiry. The ACTU absolutely welcomes this inquiry as a critical opportunity to listen to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and address the ongoing racism, hate and violence that we experience across Australian society and workplaces. The Australian Council of Trade Unions is a peak body for Australian unions, representing almost 2 million workers across 34 affiliated unions, in which the AU joins us here today. And they have brought members with them that will share their very lived experience in this space. Australian unions have a long history of standing up for fairness, equality and safe workplaces, and we welcome this inquiry as an important opportunity to address racism, hate and violence, and to improve Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's workplaces. Also, First Nations Workers Alliance is an alliance of union members and unions that come together to improve the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workers. Our submission is built on 4 key principles: self-determination, truth-telling, Treaty and Makarrata, and shared responsibility. These principles must underpin a genuine anti-racism agenda. Racism directed at Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples is not simply a matter of individual behaviour. It is systemic, embedded within institutions, workplaces and public systems, and requires structural reform. Evidence shows that nearly 60% of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workers experience racism at work, with only 40% considering their workplace as culturally safe. The ACTU is calling for a national, consistent definition of racism, stronger legal protections against online hate, a permanent national Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander representative body, and recognition of racism as a work health and safety hazard. We also urge government to invest in truth-telling, cultural safety, community-controlled solutions, and a national racism at work inquiry. Eliminating racism requires more than symbolic commitments. It requires sustained investment, accountability, and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leadership at the centre of decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Were there other opening statements, or we're going to have one? Yep.
Thank you, Senator. I wanted to say from the outset that we had an internal discussion and debate about whether I would speak at all, being an Australian who isn't an Aboriginal person, in the context of the work that this committee is doing and in the context of our submission. And it was decided by members that it was important that in my position as the president of the branch that I did say something. And it's important for this reason, that in the end, the experience of racism confronted by teachers, by education support workers, by school leaders, those who work in kindergartens, those who work in TAFE, are usually caused by their colleagues. That is the number one source. And if that is the only reason, then that is a profoundly important reason why somebody in my position needs to be able to, not just, as Lara said, have symbolic gestures in relation to addressing that issue, but actually be a core part of making sure that at least in our union, but of course in our schools, in our TAFEs, in our kindergartens, the behaviour of non-Aboriginal people is addressed, that we are able to address the structural reasons for that, that we are able to call out and identify racism, and that is a profoundly important part of the work that the union can do. And in that way, it's a core definition of union. We work together, and that is what we seek to do. So in that way, our submission is built around that basis. Our union has not always done this, and it's only perhaps in more recent times that we've positioned ourselves in this fashion. And we say it in a way where we are always working towards, because it isn't just a matter of saying that we're an ally, it's a matter of being one. And that's a critical thing that we are seeking to understand in an ongoing way. As a final remark, I think that there's a quote on page 29 of our submission that is from some of our members, and it looks towards the future, and it looks particularly at school communities. And members have said that they would like to see in our school communities knowledge building, a shift in language, about being able to be explicit about colonial load, about people looking at things through a different lens, non-Aboriginal staff learning to change their thinking and to be open to new possibilities, to being able to call out racism, reframing how we work and shape our words and accountabilities, particularly from the department as the employer, to ensure policies are followed and that the actions that are identified are actually done. And in some ways that quote sums up the space that we seek for us all to be able together to move towards, because it's a critical position for our union that we work together in being able to have our members not experience racism, let alone the children and young people that we educate.
Thank you very much. National Union of Students?
Yes, thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Daniel McClellan. I'm a proud Ngambri man living on the unceded lands of the Dharawal peoples on the New South Wales South Coast. I'd also like to acknowledge today that I'm dialing in from the unceded lands of the Turrbal and the Yagara peoples, and I'd like to pay my respects to elders past and present. I appear before you as the First Nations officer of the National Union of Students. The NUS represents and advocates for tertiary education students across the continent. Our core mission at the NUS is to amplify the voices and interests of students, and this is what I seek to do today. This committee has heard evidence from a variety of witnesses that are all saying the same thing. Anti-Indigenous racism exists, it's growing, and so far responses have been ineffectual. It saddens me to say that the higher education space is not immune from this. The university sector is pedestaled as the peak of intellectualism within Australia. Unfortunately, however, the situation on the ground is much bleaker. The universities have been corporatised, students demoralised, and real issues such as racism on campus have been quietly pushed aside. Right now, our students are afraid to report incidents, they're afraid to speak up, and they're being failed by the education system that has, for the better part of 2 centuries, failed First Nations people. The NUS's submission particularly highlights the need for a national code to combat racism in higher education. Such code could prescribe reporting timelines, detail investigation standards, mandate victim support services, introduce training requirements, governance reforms, data collection, and independent oversight. I do want to acknowledge and recognise the positive steps that have already been taken by the government with the recent amendments to the university threshold standards. However, I must say that whilst these are constructive and welcome additions, NUS remains committed to a national code that applies a consistent and clear framework for all universities, as opposed to the more principle-based threshold standards. Beyond this, there are other real reforms that the committee could consider to address racism at universities and more broadly, and some examples include a requirement that First Nations knowledge be weaved through our course content, greater education from kindy through to Year 12 on First Nations culture, the implementation of the recommendations provided by the Racism at Uni report, ensuring that Indigenous students are adequately represented in spaces such as ATEX First Nations Advisory Committee, and the insertion of a positive duty of care in the Racial Discrimination Act. I'd like to acknowledge that the challenges that are before this committee are not simple, nor are they easy. But just because things are hard does not mean that we shouldn't act. Only by daring to do what is hard can we achieve what is needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much to each of you for your opening statements. We'll now proceed to questions if nobody else has any further. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for appearing today and the work that you all do. I recently met with the First Nations AEU members from around the country who told me about the widespread racism throughout the government school system in each state and territory that has major impacts on our young people as well as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander teachers. What is your message to the Federal Education Minister, given this is a federal racism inquiry, and as someone who left school at 14 because of racism, this is really important to me, and yeah, this is an opportunity to send a message to the Federal Minister on what he should be doing to eradicate the violent racism against our kids and our teachers? Anyone can answer?
I'll answer that. Rani Hannah speaking. It's interesting that you're saying it's federal, because the only consistency with federal that I can see at the moment is that there's racism in every state, in every school, and there isn't one state that's a clear, shining example for the rest of us. There's different schools doing things really well across the country, but there's no state that's got a good handle on this. So if the problem is federal, then the solution also needs to be federal. And as to your experience as someone who left school at 14, I think you're at school at a similar time to me, around the 90s. While you were saying that, the faces of at least 6 children who have left school at 14 or around that, from 2 families, sadly, which means that all their children left education, and racism definitely played more than an overwhelming factor in that, in the way that both those families were treated by education. Hopefully those families will find their way back later. We've got a good track record of getting educated much later, but at this stage, that's 2 whole families, and that, like, I should be saying that your experience is something that we've got past. It shouldn't still be happening now. We shouldn't be having this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of federal legislation, because, you know, we're obviously going to come up with a number of recommendations and put it to the federal Labor government, who are going to run with all them recommendations and implement all them recommendations, and then we'll solve the racist problem in the country. So in terms of federal education legislation, I mean, we have the National Anti-Racism Framework that's been sitting on Labor's shelves for over 20 months. They haven't responded to that. Is that something that should be happening now? And what else should be happening? They've got a review going on. Minister Clare's going around talking to people, know that that's not perfect. So what should the federal government be doing more of to address racism against our teachers and our kids?
I would say, sorry, Frank Gaffer speaking. I would say one of the things that on a federal level is the Jumbana report and the Garryala 10 Truths that have been put forward by the federal part of the AU and Yellench, who you mentioned you met with earlier this year. So there was a second report that was released earlier this year where there were clear recommendations from educators, First Nations educators from across the country, about what would actually change their experiences in schools. And so I feel like my real blunt response would be to actually look at that report and implement the recommendations that First Nations educators have come up with, and they're consistent across both the first Jumbana report that was released a number of years ago now, and really like the same experiences of racism are occurring still as at the second report that was released this year. So I think that would probably be where to start.
Yep.
Lara Watson, ACTU. I think the government also needs to look at national curriculum over all levels of education around truth-telling within our schooling system, to be able to inoculate some of the misconceptions around Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders.
Wouldn't that be amazing? We know the system was based on lies, telling people lies out there, so that would be, truth is what will set us free. What racist systems do you have to deal with, and do our children need to deal with? Because, you know, what we're hearing in this inquiry is systemic racism is killing us. So what are the systems that are racist and they're causing harm that you are aware of?
Kimberly Reid. I think to begin with, as Lara mentioned, the curriculum is really harmful. Our cultures and our languages and our communities are not celebrated at school. I think also, there's been a whole bunch of research done on how Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children are disproportionately excluded from school. And you can see that through, NIAC's reports and through UROC as well. So we need to interrogate why our children are being disproportionately excluded from education systems. But I think that, overall, the way that we are being valued in educational systems is not right.
Frank Gaffer speaking. And one of the things that's only changed this year is also the ability to report racism for educators themselves. So prior to this year, if you were to report racism as a staff member of a school, you had to report it under an option of other or psychosocial safety, but there was no actual data collection of racism for educators within public schools. I'm speaking specifically about public schools, not our other sectors that we cover. And so as of the start of this year, there was a change, and now First Nations educators in primary and secondary schools are able to report racism specifically. But there are still issues that members have raised around that, around where does those reports of racism go, and whether or not the people who receive those reports of racism are different from the people who were receiving them before the options changed, and whether or not those people are actually trained to respond to the racism that has been reported. And so there's been small improvements, and that's work of this union pushing for those changes to come, and from the First Nations Committee and our members. But yeah, there's still outstanding questions about whether or not that change has actually achieved any systemic change in the way that our schooling system and the department actually address and respond when reports of racism are made.
Lara Watson, if you look at remote communities as well, in access to secondary and tertiary education is very, very limited. So actually having a capacity to access that while on country, like they have to leave home to be able to access that, and that is just culturally inappropriate, so it becomes inaccessible.
Thank you. Unfortunately, a lot of people that are telling their stories throughout this inquiry can be re-traumatising and triggering, but because it is it's on air and people are listening, and a lot of racists out there don't even know what racism is. They're just on this journey and feeling good about waving their flags of racism. What does racism look like for Aboriginal teachers and students?
Rani Hanna, AEU First Nations Committee. I've found it can look really sneaky. It can look like policy. It can look like we're treating everyone the same. So we're treating everyone the same. You all have to have your uniforms perfect, and you all have to have your socks, and we're only, disciplining your kids because they're not doing the same as everybody else. However, when it comes to a bullying policy or our kids experiencing racism, it's not consistent. It's never consistent, and we all know that. When I talk to families about it, we don't even have to have the conversation. We say 3 words and pull a face. Like, that's how prevalent it is. And I think the way it can look for staff is often being pulled in to handle, air quotes, a situation that the school has stuffed up, to be quite frank, and has already caused harm and damage to a family. You can quite often be brought in And what they want you to say in the meeting to the family is, look, we have a sock policy, and by agreeing to go to this school, you agreed to the sock policy, so you can't complain about it now. And they want you to be upholding their policies, which are excluding school. Why should their socks matter? They need an education. As far as I know, the colour of your socks has never impacted on your numeracy, your literacy, your social development, whereas it seems to be a much bigger deal. But when it comes to actual complaints from families, they're ignored, they're not handled well, or they're policied out. Thank you.
Kimberly Reid.
Oh,
sorry.
Apologies if I may. As it relates to the university sector and students in the university sector, racism manifests itself both like through individual acts and also the structures of our higher education system. In crafting our submission from the NUS, I listened to and I consulted with my fellow Indigenous students across the country. And, I was told of experiences where students were being racially abused by their peers, including being called racial slurs. And I was also told of an experience where a lecturer was showing deceased images of Indigenous people without warning, and then later brushing off those concerns when a student raised it to them. And the unfortunate thing is that these aren't like isolated one-offs. This is a very consistent theme across every university in the country, and it's going to continue to victimise our students until we fix it. And then we kind of think about structural racism within the university sector. And we don't necessarily mean that our institutions have policies that say, Aboriginal people aren't to receive XYZ service because of their race. That would be way too simple. Structural racism rather kind of manifests itself through a couple ways. One of those that's really significant is that First Nations students have consistently lower completion rates than our non-Indigenous counterparts. And this is really big because it has a really big flow-on effect. It means we'll have less Indigenous doctors, less Indigenous social workers, less Indigenous teachers, which kind of then contribute and go on to reinforce the same issues that exist in our current society.
Thank you.
Kimberly Reid.
Oh, yes, sorry.
I was just going to cover, Rani brought up, the underhanded, sneaky, kind of hard to put your finger on racism. But unfortunately, in our submission, we also have a whole bunch of member examples of just, blatant racism. We have examples of emails being sent around schools by non-Indigenous colleagues questioning the true impact of the stolen generation and whether, that it actually happened or was as bad as we think it was, right there in an email. We have member examples of, multiple member examples of schools being broken into and graffitied with racist language. And in some instances, I'm aware of a colleague who an entire building was broken into and graffiti was left all over the building, but the N-word was only used in the classroom of the Aboriginal teacher on one of the walls. So it's targeted, and there is no denying that our members are experiencing overt racism in schools, and students are as well.
What are the consequences if we know who they are, like the email racist person? What are the consequences, if any?
Kimberly Reid. And I feel like you'll probably have something to say on this as well. I'm not aware of any, is the really simple answer to that. People are told to report it on EduSafe, but again, we don't know where those reports are going. We're not often looped in on any sort of follow-up. Occasionally, reporting it can actually lead to further incidences of racism, because often Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are the only staff member in their school. So if someone has made a report of racism and it's addressed with the person, whether they're named or not, people know exactly where it came from. So it can become really unsafe to report it in schools. And there's just, at the moment, I don't think there is accountability or really clear pathways for how it is reported, how it's addressed, how it's dealt with. Like, yeah.
Lara Watson, the Gary Yala survey showed that often Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders will not report acts of racism because of fear of retribution or fear of loss of jobs. So, you know, keeping a record of these incidences is very difficult. So there's multiple reasons. Also, there's onerous reporting mechanisms. Sometimes the paperwork is like really thick, or it's quite troublesome, or people are standing out. Like, there's a whole heap of reasons, and often it's just not worth the process. It's just best to kind of put your head down and get on and do your job, because keeping yourself in work and food on the table and a roof over your head is more important in this day and age with cost of living than actually having to look after your own mental health and report that act of racism.
And because our people face racism all day, every day, no matter what system or where we go, then do you kind of have to, do you have to prioritise what racism to report, because there's so much racism in your jobs, I see. So it's kind of, do you get to that point where you've got to decide which racism is going to be worth a report?
Rani Hannah speaking. I think, and I've had this conversation with a few different leadership at my new work, and I explained to them that there's a low level of racism that we just expect every day, and then there's the extra stuff which might bother us and keep us awake a bit at night, and then there's the bigger stuff. And so every day we are triaging that. Is it just the stuff that we expect to happen every single day, like, you know, your fake abo, you know, like, what would you know? Oh, I don't need to be welcome to my own country, which has gone into the low-level stuff now, which used to be a bit higher? Or is it something a bit more specific? And I also think that we want to be there for our kids at the schools. We want to advocate for them to be at the schools. We want to advocate for other staff members at the schools, particularly with the new program that the government has, bringing young Indigenous people into schools to work. We really want to protect them. We want them to have a good experience, because otherwise they're not going to stay. And we're not even a whole number in Victoria of Indigenous people. So, you know, one bad experience actually spreads through the community because it is so small. Yeah, thank you.
Lara Watson. At the ACTU, we run anti-racism training. So this goes across industries, and we call it death by 1,000 cuts. So it's not, it might be a comment someone has said for the first time, but it might be the 1,000th time that someone who is racialised has heard it that puts them over the edge. And we always get gaslit. Like, I didn't mean that. Oh, it was just a joke. I'll lighten up. Oh, it didn't come across like... So we're always thinking, oh, did they really mean that? Maybe I'm overreacting. But no, it is directed racism, or... and we need to talk about it more. I think we need to call it out more and call it out for what it is. But at the end of the day, we don't have safe reporting mechanisms in place within workplaces, and people are fearful. So there isn't that safety for workers to be able to call it out, or to safely report, or to feel safe to do that reporting and that needs to change.
So, what is the greatest source of racism for Australian Education Union members, their colleagues, and what can we do about that?
Frank Gaffer. First of all, I'll just repeat, I got a note to repeat the name of the reports I referred to earlier. The Making Our Words and Actions Meet report from the Jumbana Institute, and there's also the Garryala 2.0 report that was released earlier this year. So in regards to what we can do about our colleagues, we've got a few recommendations in our report, in our submission, sorry. And I'll probably point to 1.5 in our submission. And we find we get reports from non-Indigenous members as well that there are expectations put on them to teach things like curriculum, one-off training sessions, cultural awareness sessions that they're given, but then no actual support to implement that in their schools. And so, like Lara said before, as an Aboriginal person, we're always quite kind and we always give people benefit of the doubt. So in the nature of giving the benefit of the doubt, without proper training and proper education for non-Indigenous workers, it creates a situation where they don't implement those policies correctly, and they, in effect, do racist things, whether there's intent to be racist or not. The lack of education, professional development, investment in our workforce means that they actually don't know how to properly and culturally appropriately teach the things that they're asked to teach. So that's feedback we've got from non-Indigenous members, who, some of them trying to do the right thing and are not resourced properly to actually spend the time to ensure that the way they're delivering content in classrooms is appropriate. But also that comes from First Nation members as well, who are trying to be kind to their colleagues and trying to educate their colleagues. And Justin mentioned it in his opening around Colonial Road, creating a real load on Aboriginal workers where, because there's not resourcing to educate non-Indigenous colleagues, it falls to Aboriginal workers in schools to take on that work. And these are workers who are employed as teachers, not as cultural advisors, and yet they're taking on the job of a cultural advisor within their schools without any additional pay to do so. And so we have things in the enterprise agreement, the VGSA, that covers schools, actually in all our agreements now that the union covers, around cultural responsibility, which we're transitioning to the term colonial load. But again, we face pushback from school leaders in actually implementing that and getting that work recognised within the schools where that work is being done as well.
Okay, I have to share the call. I just want to know, what is the pushback? What is their problem?
I don't have a clear answer for you. Maybe Rani and Kimberly might have a better idea, being in a school. I'm not sure.
Kimberly Reid. We've heard from a lot of our colleagues that when you go to have these conversations about identifying what constitutes colonial load or what falls under, cultural responsibility, I think sometimes it can be really hard, to define what falls into that category. If school leadership don't have a good understanding of our community and our cultural practices and, our knowledge systems, they don't understand why it's important that we're doing these jobs. You know, I think another thing that can come up is that Indigenous educators are often just seen as like, it's part of your job. Like, you're the Aboriginal one, so you have the knowledge, so you're a teacher, so you should be teaching it. And it's just part of like being a good colleague to like share that knowledge with other people in your schools. Yeah, and I mean, these are just some of the things that people are coming up against, and you know, it's difficult as well when there's a power imbalance and you're having that conversation with someone in leadership to say, you know, I have this knowledge and I'm happy to share it, but I need to be compensated for it because it's above and beyond what other teachers at the school are having to deal with. It's a scary conversation to have when you know, there's a power imbalance there, but there's also the possibility that they will turn around and say, oh, just don't worry about it. We won't pay, we don't want to pay you for your time, so just like do your regular duties. But then our cultural responsibility to our kids is making sure that we're sharing our knowledge, you know, in educational settings. So, yeah, it's a tricky space to sit in.
Sounds very racist to me.
Yeah.
Seems like they're just racist and they need to deal with that. But I'll pass the call, thanks.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Senator Little.
Thank you. And thank you for your submissions. I want to ask, it appears that around 9,000 teachers identify as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander across Australia, and that is only around 2% of all teachers. That's a very low participation rate when you look across other sectors. Can you tell me, has that been going up or down, and why is it so low? Because that Jumbunna report also talks about 20% of people actually leave the profession because they determine that it is discrimination, and I think that was 2024 that report has been a contributor to that decision. I'm interested just to understand your views on why 2% is as low as it is, given the teaching profession has been around for a very, very long time. It's a institution of itself. How do we actually get that figure better? And is there any report that actually looks at why people are actually leaving the profession? Is there something that sticks out? 20% is pretty high, but is there anything else that gives us more information than just that?
Hi, I'm Alinta Williams, a Ngambri, Ngunnawal and Wiradjuri woman, and was a teacher before I came into this role as First Nations organiser. And our role, myself and Frank's role, is to work with educators across the state of Victoria. So I suppose we can speak to it in that context. And I feel as though it's been contextualised well by members already, which is to say that the role becomes one in which it's unsustainable. You do not have the support that is needed to continue being an Aboriginal person and being responsible in the way that we do feel and obligated to work within community and show up, and then also do your role as a teacher or education support staff member in line with these Western colonial principles and in the settings in which we work. And I'm not sure if Daniel would like to speak to the student sort of perspective, but my understanding is also that same load that you feel, colonial load that is felt, happens throughout your sort of teaching career from the moment you start even learning what it is to be a teacher. Like I said, I was teaching before I was in this role, and so I can very much relate to how passionate you have to be as an educator to stay and to come up against things like Rani spoke to, which is the injustice of these policies that exist, and how you, as an Aboriginal person, then work within these systems to ensure that young people feel safe, happy and have a sense of belonging in your schools. So I think for many people it's untenable. cannot stay. I know that there's previously been a lot of resources put into it was the MATCD project with Professor Peter Buckskin did a lot of that work, and my understanding is that that was done, and it was the trajectory was there was sort of momentum there towards making good change to bring more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander educators into the education systems, and that was the resources were then not continued for that program, is my understanding. So I would say that there's some really good work sitting in that MATCD report that could again be looked at a federal level to see sort of where they got to and where the recommendations were going to next.
Are the things that you've shared with us today issues across the entire spectrum of school providers, from state, territory, non-government schools, independent schools? Are you seeing that? Is there something that'll give us an insight into a consistency across those, or worsening in some areas rather than others?
We can't really speak for the private sector because that's covered by the Independent Education Union, and we don't canvass members from that union in any of our work to this point. But I can say across our sectors that we cover, specifically probably the sectors that we most work with, the early childhood, TAFE, and the primary and secondary sectors, yes, I would say the experiences of racism are quite consistent. And to your first question as well, on page 5 of our submission, there's actually some data there about the almost stagnant nature of the workforce in Victoria. So I think between 0.3 and 0.5% of employees between 2018 and 2024 in Victorian schools. So that's the number. Comparatively to the huge increase in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students over that time as well. And so I guess that creates a larger problem where we have more and more Aboriginal kids, and the pace of Aboriginal educators increasing is not keeping up with that. And so in our view, that creates more and more of an unsafe environment for not only our kids, but families who are engaging with the school. If you have family and community issues that the kids are going through at home, and you have families contacting a school that doesn't have staff who actually understand cultural issues that might be occurring at home, then it creates cultural issues.
Yeah, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Senator Justin Mullally. In some of the conversations that I'm able to have in my role in the union in the context of talking to Department of Education leaders, an observation that I have is that the effort and investment that's required to support pre-service Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander teachers, let alone those in the first couple of years in the profession and in the classroom, and then in an ongoing fashion, isn't there because it hasn't sunk in that there needs to be profound support, and that is a critical structural change. That if, as Frank and others have said, we want to see the proportion, to look at it this way, of educators who are Aboriginal to increase significantly in the context of the number of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students, then unless there is the investment and the support, whether that's in terms of accessing pre-service education, being able to do that without some of the financial hurdles, being able to do that in culturally safe ways, being able to do that with the appropriate mentoring and support. These things are always things when we raise them are not things that are understood enough to then be able to be adopted, let alone invested in. And I think that that is a significant shift in thinking that's required of key decision makers.
I know we've talked a little bit here about the national curriculum, states and territories, the state and territory school system, the independent school system. I'm interested in understanding, you know, in areas like, and I'll give you an example I'm a little familiar with, in the Northern Territory, there's a school in a remote community that is pumping in terms of its participation rate. And yet, the other end of that same place, there is a school that is in a remote area for more senior students. It's been largely a very small participation rate for a very long time. I think we should always be aware of solutions that come out of Canberra, but I'm wanting to ask you about place-based solutions, particularly when across those jurisdictions you have some areas where the participation rate of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children is much higher, and in some areas it's much lower, and whether how you actually integrate a place-based solution into a sector that is state and they will tell you state and territory responsibility. That's how education is meted out under the Constitution. How do you actually make sure that you can get place-based solutions when you're up against essentially a pretty significant bureaucracy?
Lara Watson, may I ask, Senator, the school that is doing well, are they learning in language?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Yep. But then so is the other one as well.
I don't come from education. The work that I do, particularly in remote communities, is predominantly around RAISE and RGED and in the worker space. But where I find people succeed is where government is actually sitting down with local mob and actually listening to community-based solutions and what they need with community and what will work for them. And what they need, because what we've witnessed is not every community is the same, and each community needs something different. So you need a government that's going to have an open heart and open mind and actually just sit and listen and actively listen and not send bureaucrats out to do the work, actually hear what community wants and what they need to do that work. Because unfortunately, they don't have the resources or the skills that big contractors have to be able to get these big grants to be able to roll out the work. You know, there needs to be a little extra resources put into community-run led solutions so that they can get up to par, so that they can be running these solutions because they know what they need and what they want.
I wanted to ask you, seems like a resounding argument. If you look at the Close the Gap, it says enrolment is terrific. I'm not interested in enrolment. I'm interested in participation, because when kids aren't participating, it's putting extra workload on teachers that are trying to help those children who are trying to catch up, who have fallen behind by nature if they haven't been at school. They're reintegrating back into a sometimes strange network of other children. How do we get a greater focus on the needs, particularly of teachers, when participation rate should be a significant focus because of the extra resources and support that's actually required when children drop out and then come back in again? Because it's not there. I ask it every Senate estimates. I'm not interested in the enrolment rate, I want to know the participation rate.
I agree with you. I'm not interested in the enrolment rate either, because the enrolment rate is tied to funding, and quite often schools are quite happy to enrol Indigenous students and the funding that comes along with them. But when it actually comes to supporting those kids to attend regularly, the programs are not there. in my experience working as the Koori liaison officer, I had a family with quite significant attendance problems. I'm very good at what I do in education support, but I'm not leadership. I'm not a teacher. I'm the Koori liaison officer. It shouldn't be left just up to me to encourage this family to attend. Unfortunately, when this family did attend, I'd get emails from the principal saying, I've noticed they're not in quite correct uniform. Can you let me know what we can do to help support that? So it would be framed in a very supportive way. And I'd always respond with, yep, no problems, but we actually need someone to help these guys in the classroom is what we actually need. We'll worry about the socks and stuff later. And when their younger sibling attended with the wrong shoes on, her very first high school experience was walking in and receiving a uniform pass, couched in caring of like, we're taking care of you, you're not going to get a detention like everybody else because you've got the wrong shoes. That was her first 5 minutes of Year 7. So we need to make kids feel welcome because they're not, if you're a 12-year-old, why would you go back into that environment? As a mother, why would you send your child? I work in education and I was iffy about sending my own child to school, and I'm iffy every week, you know, whether or not it's a safe place for my child. So yeah, that's how I'd answer that. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Little. There's still active EBA negotiations underway in this state. What are the things that you are considering or negotiating in your EBA that keeps First Nations workers, teachers safe in their workplace?
There's a number of things that we've sought, and it's best for me to answer your question in that fashion. And it goes to a couple of key things. The first one is actually identifying the fact that racism exists and that it is an industrial issue. It's an experience that is confronted by our Aboriginal members as workers, and that therefore there is a deep responsibility that must be carried by the employer. And so words in an industrial agreement that says that racism will be eliminated are critical structural words to go into an agreement. In terms of more practical things, we've sought a range of different mechanisms, including processes that would enable proper consultation. And Rani spoke to the importance for children and families around relationship. And that's at the heart of the engagement, I think, for many of our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander members as employees, that time to actually, and the right to have engagement and be consulted in the context of their standing as an Aboriginal person as an employee is critical. And so that is a measure that we seek. Other measures are things that people, in response to other questions, have spoken to around accountability. That if racism is reported, what is going to happen with that report? How does the person who has reported the racism know what has happened? Being able to understand the follow-up and the follow-through is critical, because that's about trust. And it's a relational element, but it's about trust. And so those are some of the things that we would seek in that way. Further to that, of course, there is a whole range of things that we would see as much more usual things that would be in an industrial agreement. Kimberly spoke to it. If people are asked to undertake work associated with a colonial load or a cultural responsibility, and that is not the purpose of their employment, they should be paid accordingly. And so that's fundamental in terms of what a union should stand for, and which is why we seek it in that way.
Thank you. And I'm interested in, and I think you have kind of covered this in different ways across the panel. One of the things we definitely have heard through this inquiry is that often when people speak up, they make complaints of racism, they are then subject to exclusion or reprimand or whatever, and it's just stopped people from speaking up. Is there a role for unions, or can unions be more active in this space? So if you don't feel confident about going to your workplace to make these complaints, where do unions fit in? Is there something more that unions can be doing here to support First Nations workers?
Kimberly Reid. First of all, personally, I would give a shout out to our incredible First Nations organisers at the Australian Education Union, because yes, there is a place for the union in these situations. It is a place more of support than of being able to have a school, hold a school accountable and have them, take it seriously and put any sort of actions or measures in place. But they absolutely, you can call the union, and I have done on several occasions, and been very well supported to have conversations that are hard with people that the conversations need to be had with. Yeah.
Lara Watson, we need stronger industrial tools so that we can address racism in the workplace. So we do what we can. Government has an opportunity currently, and we would encourage government to support the Australian Human Rights Commission's National Anti-Racism Framework, and we would absolutely push them to do an inquiry into racism into workplaces, because what we really need is something substantial so that we can hold employers accountable to address racism in the workplace, like a positive duty of care, much like sexual harassment does. Our hands are tied a bit with the lack of industrial tools that we do have racism in the workplace. So we are relying on government to kind of stand up here and take an opportunity to create tools that really, really make a difference and are meaningful, because racism does harm. And this is an opportunity for them to step up and be able to give us the tools to address it.
Yeah, my next question was actually going to be about the positive duty of care. Would that make a difference? There's probably a range of things.
It will absolutely make a difference, because it does hold an employer accountable. So it's a tool that we can go in and say, this is the legislation, this is your responsibility, this is our responsibility, and this is the practice that you need to do. So it's a clear direction that everyone has to address an issue within the workplace.
To prevent harm. And with the time that we have left, I do want to move to online racism. And there is an increase in expectations, particularly from First Nations people as workers or employees in organisations, to moderate comments that are often really harmful, racist. I'm wondering, where is there... and maybe it is in the positive duty of care frame, what is the responsibility, you think, of workplaces to protect their employees from racism, like when they're experiencing it online as part of their work?
Rani Hannah, I always liken this to looking at other groups that could be affected by this. So if someone, particularly in the climate with the week we've had with violence against women, would they have the same reaction to a really vile comment about women on their company Facebook page? Or would it be acceptable to keep the laughing emojis up there when they've made, when their company has made a post about how they support domestic violence charities or something like that? And I often find that it's no. We seem to be in a special category where it's I don't know if it's embarrassment from people, or I don't know why there seems to be an acceptability to And I've noticed it particularly on education websites and social media, when I'm just trying to find out information, dates of things that are happening. And even if I don't look at the comments, quite often there's a comment that's there and it'll be a really racist one, like something celebrating small children and toddlers and babies having a cultural day, and the comment underneath was, what's the jail rates in this? And that's disgusting. I'm not sure what the answer is, but it seems to be quite overlooked, and it seems to be now part and parcel of being a blackfella these days, that's just what you've got to expect. And what we really want to be able to go to work and bring our whole selves to work, because then we can be our whole selves at work like everybody else. And I'm sure this is not a new experience for us. It would be your experience as well. You don't want to have to be vigilant every second of being at work. You want to be able to focus on your job and do a really good job because you like your job.
Lara Watson. I think absolutely. If you're going to sign off on a social media policy where you can't, put the person or put the employer down that you work for, then they should have a responsibility to make sure that you're safe as well. But also I think the platforms themselves should have a responsibility. I don't know how many times I've had racism directed at me on social media, and you send through a complaint and you always get a response going back, that doesn't breach community guidelines, but it is outright direct racism. So we know that there is the power to restrict comments. We've seen platforms restrict 16 and unders, so there is the capacity for them to do that. We just need government to enforce it.
We had Meta at the Brisbane inquiry, and they came along and said that they take racism on their platform, the experience of their users on their platform, really seriously. They then said that they don't have a single moderator in Australia. They also said in their evidence, there's evidence that they take racism seriously. They've got a task force that meets twice a year that's about hate and extremism and racism that meets twice a year, not just for First Nations people, but we have one First Nations person on it. I think that them saying they take racism seriously and then them using those as examples is not quite, they don't quite match for me. I'm wondering if you've got some ideas about what Meta could do instead to, and I suppose in the kind of work, like you are here as unions in the kind of workplace frame, but also outside of that as users of these social media platforms as well.
Lara Watson. Well, for a start, AI can't determine what's racist and what's not. Like a real person to be able to filter through and have a look at direct racism, you can tell that a lot of the responses back that doesn't meet community guidelines is AI generated. And I know I've tested AI trying to get it to call itself racist, and I've never been able to get it to do it. So how can it actually determine what is racist and what is not?
And aside from AI not being able to determine what's racist, do you think people who don't live in Australia can determine what's racist in Australia?
No. Not if they haven't gone through the appropriate cultural training or had lived experience or haven't come from a racialised background or a marginalised background. Like, there's a lot that goes into it. I mean, if you look at ACTU, we're taking a very proactive stance in regards to spaces like this, that it's always Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander led, or if it's in anti-racism, that it's always led by a racialised person, because someone who is non-Indigenous doesn't have that lived experience. And it's very disempowering to have someone that is non-Indigenous speak on behalf or say what an Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander person needs. So actually empowering Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people with self-determination and giving them the resources to act and be able to be active in those spaces is probably the most proactive stance you can take. And plus you give them mob jobs.
Thank you. Did anybody else on the panel want to comment?
If I can share.
Mr. McClellan.
Thank you. I'd like to, this goes slightly beyond English's submission, but I know that the government has been considering a digital duty of care with the Online Safety Act, following on from the statutory review that was conducted. One particular thing that I'd like to stress and emphasise is that there should be a digital duty of care for these social media providers to take down and remove content which is racist or which is discriminatory on some other basis. I think that's something the government and this committee could consider.
Thank you. Mr. Gaffer.
And I just want to make a statement around, Kimberly mentioned it earlier around, in our submission on page 12, we have a reference to an internal email that was sent around to all school staff by a staff member, which was in effect stolen generation denial. And there's this broader question around what the big social media companies can do in order to prevent what happens on their platform. But in many ways, that's almost too late. You know, when people are going onto these platforms and making those comments, we've already, in many cases, missed the opportunity to educate them and to divert them away from getting to that point where they're making those racist comments. And you'll see in like page 12 and 13, we've got references to some comments that we've received on our own social media platforms. But what I would say is that this all relates back to the fact that we're not doing enough in our schools to teach people to not be racist and to teach against the rising rate of far-right extremism that kids are experiencing on these social media platforms. And what I would say as well is that public schools across the country have their own internal, I guess, online platforms that they utilise that these big social media companies probably don't have any control over. And so there's a broader, larger conversation for Meta and organisations for that to deal with, but there's also something for our public school systems and departments of education to actually grapple with, and whether or not that's federally addressed or addressed state by state. There are online platforms used where staff and students, there's countless media reports of people being bullied utilising those platforms, and so there is a role play for the government as well in the platforms that we utilise in our public education system.
Kimberly Reid, and just to add on to that as well, I think that in the immediate kind of future, we would like to see some more recognition of the fact that this is happening and that it impacts us and it impacts our students and our communities. So, you know, when we look at recent events like what's happened at Camp Sovereignty and on Anzac Day and post-referendum, these events impact us and they impact our kids, and you know, the way that they are talked about online, we see that whether we want to or not. If we, you know, try to avoid it, it's often brought up conversationally in our workplaces. And yeah, I think whilst tackling Meta might be a much bigger problem than we're able to address right now, I think recognising that it's happening and it's impacting us is like the most important thing that we can ask for.
Naming it and calling it out.
Yeah.
And I think what you were talking to, Mr. Gaffer, is the you know, the Meta and what people then go to online to say is a part of the symptom of something that could have been addressed a lot earlier. I can't remember which one of your submissions now, I think, pointed to truth-telling as a means to addressing some of the racism that we've got in this country. Can you explain for the committee how? I can't remember who talked about it.
Sorry, I'm just going to get my thoughts together for a second. Kimberly Reid. That's a big question.
You're very welcome to take it on notice too.
Yeah, I think reports like Europe have laid that out like pretty clearly for us. the impact that telling the truth and the true history of what's happened in our country has. There is so much misinformation out there, and generations of people who have gone through schooling systems that have been telling the same lies about what's happened in our country, people who have grown up not understanding the connection that we have to our lands and our languages and our communities. I don't know how else to explain how important truth-telling is and how much that can shape the way that our young people are growing up, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous. For them to be able to have the record set straight and to grow up valuing and understanding our culture and our community, I think would shift perspectives hugely in our society.
Lara Watson, I really don't think we can start healing until we are telling the truth first. If I look, like I'm turning 50 this year, even though I don't want to admit that, but when I went to school, I never learnt the truth. It was always, it was all about how Aboriginal people were civilised. But I would go home and I would have my elders actually tell me the truth of what's happened in this country. And even today, when I come across people of my own generation and they're still shocked to hear the truth of what's happened in this country. You know, you direct them to the massacre site of where that's been mapped and they're shocked. And it's been up there for a while. Like, why aren't we teaching this across the board? Like, this is stuff that educates people on the history, the true history of this country, and people get an understanding then and they go, oh, okay, I get it, right? Like, if you look at any kind of migrants that come into this country, they understand because they've been there, they sympathise with First Nations and they get it, and you have that conversation. Now, if broader Australia got that, I think we'd be living in a much better place.
Thank you, and I'll go to Senator Little for just one final question. Have you got one before we go to lunch? So Senator Little for a question, then Senator Thorpe before we break for lunch.
Hi. I just want to refer to the reference in the submissions about the definition of racism. When you do an AI Google, it's not clear, gives you a few different references, points to that. You go to the Racial Discrimination Act, it's not clear either, I would argue. Look, obviously using legislation can be an exhaustive process for anyone and a long process for anybody. You know, you've talked about some policy stuff. Obviously, there's procedure in there. How does this all come together, and how critical though is getting a definition of racism? And have you given any thought to where that should come from, and also the unintended consequences of actually defining it
Lara
in legislation?
Yeah, that's one of our recommendations because it differs state and territory, and there really needs to be a definition at a federal level. You need that overarching bit of legislation that determines exactly what racism is and what it means and how it means in a legal sense and how we can use that. And when I say, you know, in our anti-racism training, we actually talk about there's 5 pillars of racism. So racism is an overarching term, and you've got prejudice and discrimination, systemic racism. So it is quite big. And people don't know the language or how to use the language or how to explain what they've just experienced when they've experienced racism, and what sort of racism they've just experienced and what does that mean and how do they explain that. So being able to have a federal kind of terminology of what racism is and what it means, and being able to use that to explain it, again, is a tool that people can use. So the language is there so they can explain what they've experienced, what they've gone through, but also we can use as a tool to show exactly what someone has experienced through work as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Little. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. We did touch on this earlier, but I just want to be clear for all the listeners out there, because just in case the racists are listening, they might learn something. So early days of this colony being set up, so after they've massacred us at, incredible levels, tried to wipe us out, they set up these one-sided colonial education systems. Was this a deliberate strategy of the coloniser to have all of the next generations in so-called Australia being told lies and therefore creating the racists that we have today and the racist systems that we have today? Because I'm like you, sis, a couple of years older than you, but I went to Clifton Hill Primary and they told me Captain Cook discovered Australia and I had no place as a black kid. So is this a deliberate strategy of the colony? And if it is, then how do we decolonise it?
Lara Watson. I'm going to say yes. If you have a look, there was a bunch of white men around the table that wrote the Constitution. Unfortunately, our institutions are built on that, and even within the trade union movement, our rules and systems are built on that same system. And it's very, very hard to break down those barriers for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander members and workers when your systems are built on a colonial racist system. But I do think we have a responsibility to break down that system. And we are trying, but again, it needs to come from all levels to be able to break that down, and government has a very big responsibility and a very big part to play in breaking down those barriers.
And just a follow-up to that, if you're Aboriginal, have a disability and you're LGBTIQ+, are you even worse off?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Sorry, Mr. Gaffer, did you want to add to that?
I did want to add to it, and also there's something that hasn't come up in hearing today I wanted to make a comment on. I don't know whether now's the appropriate time as you're breaking for lunch. Well, just first in response to your question, Senator Thorpe. My background, I didn't mention my background before. I've worked in education all my adult life, and prior to this I worked in universities, and I've had jobs where I've looked at sort of the life of education, specifically for Aboriginal people, from early childhood right to doing a master's and a PhD. And I would say that at every level, the system is set up in a way that there are clear, identifiable barriers for Aboriginal people to either complete education at that level and then move on to the next level of education. And so the way the system is set up right now is that you're losing people all along the way. And then, like I think Alinta referenced around when you're at university, that key point where we're trying to create more educators, Aboriginal people who have made it through the schooling system and made it to university, who are all exceptionally amazing people for being able to make it through our schooling system to university, then face a further barrier to become educators and enter our schooling system to then teach Aboriginal kids. So I would say, yes, from my own professional experience, there are clear barriers across the life of education. And one thing I wanted to mention that hasn't come up today, and unfortunately it's quite, it's symbolic of what happens in our education system quite often, is our Koori education support officers. So their roles within the Victorian education system that are based in the department and support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kids and community members, and are meant to support schools, and they're members of the union. And unfortunately, because they're not based in schools, they quite often get left out of the conversation in this. And when we're talking about education for our kids, things like transition from early childhood to primary school, things like Aboriginal kids who are in out-of-home care, who the rates continue to rise at disgusting levels. These career education support officers are key workers in providing support to those families and those kids, and to providing or trying to provide cultural advice to schools, and they experience exceptionally high levels of racism. I would say probably the highest levels of racism of any of Aboriginal workers that we deal with in the sectors that we cover. And so I really thought it was important to mention them because they get left out of the conversation consistently. It is, yeah, those workers, some of them have been in those roles for over 20 years. I don't know how they do it with the type of racism they encounter. And when we talk about addressing racism and education of non-Indigenous people about racism, unfortunately, those workers are also asked to deliver what's called CUS training, which is cultural understanding. I always get the S's. It's cultural training. Sorry, everyone. But they're asked to deliver that training. And what has happened, reported from our members, is that a racist incident occurs in a school, and then that Aboriginal worker is asked to go into that school and deliver cultural training to try fix the problem. And so when I think Justin mentioned treating racism as an occupational health and safety issue, you've identified an occupational health and safety issue, and the response from the employer is to send an Aboriginal worker into that occupational health and safety problem and resolve it. And so, you know, I just thought it was really important to mention those workers before we ended today.
Absolutely. And absolutely shout out to all the career education support officers who are doing the frontline work, keeping our families and kids engaged in the education system. They are absolutely doing incredible work. Sounds like they need some danger money. That does conclude the time that we have with you this afternoon. Really grateful for the evidence that you provided to the committee to help in our considerations and deliberations of what will become a final report in a couple of months' time. I don't think you've taken it, or maybe you have taken some questions on notice, and there will be some questions on notice. There you go. From committee members, you will have until the 28th of August to respond to those. If that's going to be an issue, just let us know. And after today, you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to request any errors that you might find there as you're reading through it. So thank you very much to each of you for the work that you do, but also for the really important information that you've given to the committee today. Thank you very much. We will now suspend for lunch and return at 1:30. We will now resume from the lunch break. I call on representatives from the Federation of Traditional Owners to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Look, my name's Matthew John Shanks. I'm here representing the Federation of Victorian Traditional Owner Corporations. I'm a Director of the Board.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard. It attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live with audio on the Parliament's website. I remind members of the gallery that you do need the express consent of the committee before taking photos or filming. If you see anybody taking photos or filming, it is because they already have the express consent of the committee to do that. You can see from the nameplates in front of us who is joining you today from the committee. We have Mr G also joining us online. I will now hand over to you to make an opening statement.
Mulungluk Yumagu, Yarganan Wagrang Dapa, VIC Mali Gilbrakik Luik, Yarnik Matt Shanks, Gulin Nirabaluk, Dongwarang Biku. Thanks for having me. I'd like to briefly refresh the committee on our traditional owner representative organisations and remind us all it's not just individual people who experience racism, but also the structures we set up to protect country and culture. My name's Matt Shanks. I'm a Nirrabuluk man of the Taunrong Nation and Board Director at the Federation. The Federation of Victorian Traditional Owner Corporations is a statewide body for and by traditional owners. We don't duplicate or take away from the functions of traditional owner corporations. Rather, we drive change on statewide issues and make sure we're not easily divided and conquered by those who'd benefit from short-changing traditional owners. The term traditional owner corporation might not be familiar. We're not talking about a business owned by an Aboriginal person. We're talking about a uniquely Aboriginal cultural governance structure. Traditional owner corporations are the legally, socially and culturally recognised organisations for and by traditional owners of country in Victoria. Think of them like governments representing their communities and country. It's self-governance. Our detractors may say traditional owner corporations slow things down and get in the way. I could say the same for members of Parliament. An attack on traditional owner corporations is an attack on traditional owner sovereignty. We know traditional owners have rights in land, culture, knowledge, traditions and practice, and that these rights must be protected. Our corporations are a large part of how this happens. They're inclusive, representative and culturally authoritative places that hold collective rights on the community's behalf. They're obligated to act in the best interest of mob and country and are governed by family groups in the right cultural way. They're also under extreme pressure. Traditional owner corporations perform important cross-cultural tasks in a low-funding environment. All the while, as you know, facing systemic and interpersonal racism every single day. Corporations that should be proud of themselves have taken their logos off office doors. Because racist attacks don't just stop and start at the individual. Under attack too are the organisations we establish, protect our rights and promote our culture. It's a pleasure to be here speaking for these organisations' rights and interests, and I welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you very much for the opening statement and for your submission. You highlight in your submission the ongoing exclusion of traditional owners from governance and decision-making. Can you tell us more about that and its links to racism?
Sure. And it's complex. Governments are, through policy and legislation, compelled to engage with, communicate with, partner with traditional owners. Successive governments have set up structures and processes and pieces of legislation that guide how that should happen. And often we find, on the ground when it happens, that engagement just doesn't happen, or it happens far too late, or it isn't resourced or supported in culturally appropriate ways, and often, entering into those rooms is unsafe for Aboriginal people. There isn't a knowledge or understanding, and often that not only feels like, but is disrespect. It is disrespectful. We see, broad-scale attacks on traditional owners in the media, on Aboriginal people in the media and elsewhere. We see it on social media, spoken at pubs and sporting clubs and in social environments, and many of us overhear and experience those things and have to deal with those kinds of situations on a daily basis, and that flows into workplaces when we're engaging in governments and with governments and what have you. Often, seats at a table for decision-making processes when it comes to rights for country, health, education. Our positions are, afterthoughts or tokenistic, and they occur through, frameworks that were never built for us or by us. And so it's so much harder for us to have an actual say that can be heard by those systems and institutions that are built, not for us, often against us.
Thank you. Your submission emphasises truth-telling treaty emphasise truth-telling treaty and strengthening traditional owner authority, and I suppose those things strengthening traditional owner authority. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
So one of the things that the Federation worked really hard on in the years prior to treaty legislation getting up in Victoria is the advocacy for that to be recognised, engaged with and passed. A big part of our work at the time was developing policy papers to highlight, systemic barriers and issues faced by traditional owner communities and their representative organisations. In Victoria, the Yuruk Truth and Justice process was about highlighting that, highlighting injustice, not just systemically but individually from the day of colonisation. And the Federation and the work that we do and have done in the past seeks to identify ways in which traditional owners have been pushed out, ignored, deliberately attacked and sidelined, produce and present recommendations to resolving that and, breaking down and rebuilding systems and structures. But that can only be done through knowledge of our experiences and our people being empowered to speak to those experiences. Yuruk provided an opportunity to do that in a colonial framework. There's no getting around that, and that produced many barriers to an ability to talk in our way. But I think Mob came together and talked our truth in our way and on country, and I see that kind of impacts of that every now and then sort of peek through when we're speaking with bureaucrats or broader community and what have you. That every now and then there's in a kind of stream of complete ignorance of our experiences, people are starting to hear, and that creates opportunities and relationships that we need to we need to derive benefit from, and we need to derive strength from. Those kinds of things have a real benefit and a real impact to our people and to our elders, as small as it may be. It starts with truth and people understanding our experiences and our truths.
Thank you. I'll share the call because we do have some limited time. I might go to Senator Thorpe next.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing. You say it starts with truth, but your organisation was running around with the yes flag. If Yes Flag was putting us into the colonial constitution, it wasn't about truth-telling first. It was about assimilating us into their white colonial constitution. So when you say truth must come first and truth-telling is important, why didn't you say that back then?
The Federation advocated for truth-telling processes before the Yes campaign. That's part of the work that we did ahead of the treaty process in Victoria. So we were saying it back then. You mean specifically during the campaign?
Well, yeah, because the Uluru Statement that's caused so much harm in this country, they called for constitutional recognition first, which a lot of Aboriginal people didn't support, including members of your organisation. But we didn't hear anything coming from your organisation during the referendum saying, no, we need to tell the truth first. We need everyone in this country to understand the truth first. Like, can you tell us why you didn't advocate for the truth rather than going into the colonial constitution, which is not about treaty and it's not about truth?
Like I said, we have advocated for truth and we have pulled together policy papers talking to truth-telling and the importance of it. I think the role of the Federation as a statewide body representing statewide interests is to support conversations and advocacy and amplify the voice to take steps forward. The part of the truth of all of this is that we have colonial systems and structures that have imposed their own will over country. We're all familiar and aware of that, and over our people. And we've resisted that, and we've resisted that in many ways, including establishing institutions and processes and organisations. And there's a history of elders coming together and advocating for collective rights activation, changes to statewide policy and processes and legislation that the Federation has been on the journey with and has been built out of. So I guess our role is to advocate for things that raise the high water mark for as many Aboriginal people and traditional owners as possible, and that is our purpose, and that is what we drive to do.
So so you're the peak body for traditional owners, are you? Did you say?
We're a statewide body, so we advocate for matters that traditional owner corporations come together regularly, monthly and quarterly, to have conversations about policy projects, legislative reform processes, and all of those kinds of matters.
How many traditional owner corporations are part of the Federation of Traditional Owners Corporation? How many do you have?
How many traditional owners?
Yeah.
How many traditional owners?
How many members, corporations, do you have?
Currently, I think we have 5 members to the governance structure. 7.
Yeah.
7? 7 corporations.
Out of how many?
12.
Out of 12 corporations, you have 7?
Yeah.
How many clans are there in the state?
There's many clans and there's many ways to
How
put
many?
that down. I couldn't put a number on it.
There's over 40, and you have 7 around the table.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make that clear. And my next question is, what is your organisation, is your organisation interested or working at all with young people, Aboriginal young people, particularly that are hitting the justice system? Is there any role that your organisation plays or could play in that space?
There's a role that it absolutely could play. We take our directive from, so our governance structure, we have 7 member corporations that activate a role on the board, and they're instructive of our strategy. We understand how those things work. We also have a forum where all 12 traditional owner corporations, formally recognised by the state, those
recognised by the colonial state.
Come together and participate in decision making and influence policy, and so our priorities come from that forum.
Right.
Yeah. So those representative organisations direct our priorities.
So of the 12 colonial recognised bodies that the Minister for Aboriginal people in Victorian government decides who gets a seat through the colonial process, because you talked about cultural governance, but you have to be accepted by the colonial process before you get a seat at your table. Does youth justice come up at all? Do people care about the amount of incarceration rates of Aboriginal people and the removal of children and the deaths in custody rates?
Absolutely, yeah. Those are conversations all the time. Yeah.
And what do you do about that?
Lots of things, and we do lots of advocacy directly and indirectly on a whole bunch of matters. One of the primary advocacy points is around investment and traditional owner-led economies, and that includes employment opportunities. Traditional owner corporations are among the highest employers in regional areas, regional cities, local government areas, all of those sorts of things. Providing opportunities for mob of any age, but including youth, to gain experience, paid employment in Aboriginal organisations that work for and with their own communities is strengthening culturally. It strengthens community, and strengthens and creates opportunity that isn't otherwise afforded to Aboriginal people. I'm sure committees heard about those, many stories about that.
How does that help kids in jail, though? How does the employment opportunity help our kids who are in jail in Victoria, so-called Victoria? And I'm asking that because there's a real racism problem with the targeting of our children and our babies. And if you're an organisation that has 12 out of maybe 40 traditional owner groups, and you've got some power, because government like talking to you fellas, what's the opportunity for children in jail now?
We don't directly engage with programs dedicated to incarcerated Aboriginal youth. So what we do advocate for, like I said, and one example is employment for Aboriginal people. That would give opportunities for people, to intervene before maybe those pathways are those that are in front of them, or afterwards. It's not a primary focus, and there are many organisations that do many things in regards to Aboriginal and traditional owner interests and rights, and we have our remit, and that's where we operate.
So traditional owners around the country, they have some land. Is there any conversation about that land being used for our children that need support, culture, healing, connection, song, dance? Is there any conversations about that? Because at the moment our kids, the opportunity they have is what? They're born into a racist country. So if they survive being taken away from their mothers, survive coming out of prison or not being locked up, there's no land. There's nowhere for healing. There's no opportunity on country for our young people. And I contacted your organisation to have a meeting with your CEO just about this, and I was told categorically that it's not your problem. So I'm interested from you, is it part of your scope? Because our kids are at danger here. Is it something that traditional owners are also considering as part of their remit when it comes to proper cultural governance and not corporate governance?
I can speak to a specific example. I'll take the your note about the meeting request back to our CEO. So again, the work of the Federation is to advocate for opportunities and the rights and interests of traditional owner communities, traditional owner corporations. I'm a Taungurung man, as I mentioned. I work for my mob at Taungurung Land and Waters Council. One of the things that the Federation has worked on is the development of the Victorian traditional owner cultural landscapes strategy. And a section of that talks specifically about the injustice and identifies opportunities for country to be, under the authority of traditional owners. So that's both the public land estate, and we don't use the term Crown land, the public land estate, and private land. Private land through acquisition and ownership, and through partnerships and relationships with private landholders where there can be opportunities to heal and care for country. At Taungurung Land and Waters Council, we've worked to try to acquire private property that we have a say, whole say in how they're used, and leveraging in part the cultural landscape strategy and things that have fallen out of that, reviews it to policy and planning schemes and those sorts of things enabled us to pull together plans, and we're in the process of building a place, a community centre where our young people can come and practice culture away from the prying eyes of the public. Create
a centre.
Say that again.
Did you say a centre?
Cultural centre is the language that the Taungurung community are referring to this place. It's a culturally designed building. It's indoor, outdoor with fire pit and ceremonial area and all those sorts of things. That's the language that my elders use. And they've been advocating for a cultural centre, as many mobs have, for decades and decades. But this is on private land, and it's for us to do with whatever it is that we please. And one specific thing that talks to your point about youth is the opportunity for young Taungurung people to sit with and hear from their elders, in our place, hear our stories. It looks to ceremonial sites. I don't want to give away the location, but ceremonial sites on country so we can tell those stories. And that's a primary sort of influence in the design of it. So that's one specific example of a flow-on from the work the Federation did in statewide policy advocacy that we were able to leverage for those outcomes for community.
Thank you. Just want to ask one more question before I have to pass on. The state government about to destroy your country with a very big easement, which they're calling a fire break, through Mountain Ash that's could be World Heritage listed. So this has been on the books for quite a while. They're about to start destroying your land, my land, Central Highlands, basically. Your totems are about to become extinct, the Wallert. So what's your relationship with the state government who want to do treaty with you, yet stabbing you in the back and raping and pillaging your land?
So you get, there's more than one example of things like cultural fire breaks that are destructive to country happening all day, every day. I think you're referring to Taungurung and Taungurung Land and Waters Council.
It covers three. It covers Gunai, Wurundjeri and Taungurung. They're 10-metre easements.
Yeah.
It's complete destruction.
Yeah.
of ancient trees and ancient totems.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get a feel for, you have a Victorian government who wants to hold your hand and hand on heart wants to do treaty, but they're actually destroying your land and your totem, which keeps your culture and people alive.
And it's more than treaty that the Victorian government talks to and promises and commits to. There's obviously there's native title determinations in Victoria as well that the Victorian government are party to. There's recognition and settlement agreements that kind of in the same sort of token. There are many groups in Victoria that have recognition and settlement agreements, for example, and as part of those can be land use activity agreements that give small parts of a say in those types of activities, land use activities. And we're forever in forms of negotiation and dispute where there are obviously conflicting views. So your question about what is the relationship, it's tense and trying all day and every day. I guess where we try to draw strength from is our obligations to country, to our mother, to our elders, to our ancestors, and finding pathways forward to deconstruct and reconstruct colonial systems and structures, like I said earlier, that are built to harm us, that were built to remove us. They weren't successful and we're still here. This inquiry, potentially reluctantly agreed to by the government, the so-called government of Australia. Our responsibility as traditional owners is to continue showing up and fighting, telling our truth, speaking and amplifying the voice of our communities and our ancestors. The Federation seeks to amplify that voice from traditional owner communities right across the Strait, across the state, and find ways to deconstruct and reconstruct and build small pathways forward. There's many ways to do that. Inside and outside of those colonial structures, we activate those pathways inside and outside of colonial structures.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Senator Little.
Thank you. I just want a couple of clarifying questions, given I'm not familiar with some of the work that's happening in this state. Where does your operational funding come from? Do you have any? Do you have operational funding? Where does it come from? Yeah, our operational funding comes from two sources. I can speak broadly. I don't have all of the detail here in front of me. Yeah. There are grant programs through the state government. So, for example, they would support the development of policies and strategies and those sorts of things. So the Federation would support traditional owner corporations to come together collectively and talk to statewide policy processes. We have Federation Enterprise as well, which generates small returns, and that's invested into sort of our operations as well. Our finances are publicly available through our annual report. Okay. So you mentioned that you are you're also involved in acquiring property. Is that kind of with or similar? Is that through other processes like the ILSC? Is that something completely different? I'll clarify. So the example that I gave was Tunnarong Land and Waters Council acquires property. Traditional owner corporations, in various ways work to acquire private land. Our role at the Federation would be to provide forms of support. So I mentioned the cultural landscapes strategy describes ways in which traditional owners could activate and work with governments. ILSC is one of them, to source funds to purchase property that was stolen from us. That's their core business, is to buy and acquire land that people have lost where that's possible. I just want to ask you a question that might seem a bit of left field, or left right field, whatever, but You talk in your submission about challenges of recognition of traditional owners and particularly knowledge, experience and expertise. I'm wondering what thinking you or thoughts you've given to the impact of artificial intelligence on the work that you do and the future work that you do in terms of being able to demonstrate and communicate your knowledge, experience and expertise.
It's a great question. It's one on everybody's minds, isn't it, in every field. Specifically in regards to artificial intelligence, there's been a few things that we've thought about. There's certainly been a lot of discussions about how we can engage in that space. Primarily what comes forward is the needs for protections to Indigenous cultural intellectual property, safeguarding the biopiracy and stealing of knowledge. Data sovereignty is extremely important if we want to think about opportunities for traditional owners to utilise safely our knowledge and our stories in for economic prosperity. Industries like native food and botanicals, for example, protections need to be put in place. The same thing goes for that, knowledge generation industry, whatever the right language is around AI. The right protections need to be and must be in place to ensure that our knowledges, and I mean anybody's knowledges and intellectual property, can't be stolen and utilised in ways that could be harmful for us. That first established can then turn into creating opportunities for utilising those systems if that's where nations choose to go.
So we heard in earlier submissions about the need for a definition of racism, and it's a bit hard to quantify. If you go to AI, it's, you get different versions. If you go to some of the relevant legislation, it's probably not entirely clear or well defined either. Have you given any thought to the context in how the work of your organisation is impacted, and how whether you have a preferred definition
of racism? That's a great question that I'd probably have to take on notice specifically about a preferred definition of racism. Something that we talk about with traditional corporations a lot is how systemic racism and being left out of and pushed out of processes that affect us and our communities sort of is, and maybe those conversations are a bit more specific and nuanced to the context or the opportunity at hand. I'm not aware of work that we've done specifically to kind of put forward a definition of racism, but certainly systemic racism and removal and those kinds of opportunities that are presented or not presented to us is a core part of our work. Hence the work that we do in a statewide manner on policies and strategies and submissions to processes like this one.
Okay, thank you. That's the question for me.
Thank you very much. That concludes the time we have for questions this afternoon. You've taken some questions on notice, and there also might be some additional questions on notice that come from other committee members. So they are due by the 28th of August. The Secretary will let you know what those questions are and the due date. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence today as well, and if when you take a look through it there are any errors that you want to correct, you can do that. It's also an opportunity to provide any additional information to the committee you think is useful for us in our considerations. Thank you very much for your time here. We will now suspend while we welcome our next witness. So we will now resume. I call on representatives from the Tackling Hate Lab to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, my name is Matteo Vergani and I am Director of the Tackling Hate Lab.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. You can see who in the committee is joining you in the room today with our nameplates, and we're also joined online by committee member Mr. G. I will now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thanks. Look, thank you for inviting me and the lab to this hearing. We conducted a large-scale study of online language. We are a lab specialized in looking at big data. So instead of looking at individual level posts, we look at millions of data points. And to do this, we use artificial intelligence in different ways. So we use existing tools to capture what is toxic language. So for example, we used a state-of-the-art classifier that looks like a toxic language, which is language that is likely to result in people leaving the conversation online. This is the definition. And we built a custom artificial intelligence classifier trained using decisions by First Nations community members, which we identified through researchers in our field, specifically the Call It Out register. We reached out, asked if they had researchers who were able to classify what is hate in their view. And then we trained the AI classifier. We analyzed 3 million data points for the report we used to make the submission. And we looked at how hate spreads in specific, related to specific events. We looked at the campaign of the referendum in 2023. So we collected data between January and the referendum. And 2025, we collected data around 2 events, which were clearly marked by episodes of anti-First Nations hate. So ANZAC, which in 2025 there were lots of events we can talk about, but especially during the celebrations in Melbourne, there were booing of Welcome to Country. And March for Australia, which of course there was the attack on Camp Sovereignty on the 31st of August. So around these events, we collected data and we studied what hate is and how it spreads. We have, we think, interesting findings, of course, related with the different types of hate that can exist in the Australian discussions online. Also, we found that hate targets, well, First Nations public figures are disproportionately targeted by hate compared to public figures with similar following. So matching, doing a proper comparison. We found that certain types of misinformation are more likely to be associated with spikes in hate, targeting First Nations. These are the main findings. I'll stop here, but we have also some recommendations which we submitted, including having a permanent observatory of hate online, which helps, let's say, finding the best interventions, like with evidence-based approaches to tackle hate. Also putting attention on types of legal language, because, for example, misinformation in many cases is not illegal, but it is empirically associated with hateful language. So we want to be able to tackle that type of misinformation as well. more protection for First Nations, public figures, and people disproportionately targeted online, as we found in our data, and also, of course, platform accountability because of their clear amplification of hate and misinformation online.
Thank you very much. We will proceed to questions, and I'll begin with Senator Thorpe.
Did my name pop up?
Yes. You were disproportionately targeted.
Right. Thank you. I feel like I need a badge of honour. Your analysis of social media activity during the campaign of the failed Voice showed that racism escalated after some politicians made speeches or published articles, including John Howard, John Anderson, and Jacinta Napajimba Price. A lot of that racism was obviously directed at me, but what responsibility do these figures have for inciting racism?
That's a great question. Well, clearly there is an empirical association, which, I mean, it's in the data, so we cannot disregard the data. What happens online is clearly connected with what happens offline. It's not in a separate world. So what we have seen in this study and in many other similar studies when we looked at Islamophobia or hate targeting women and other communities, we found clearly, and also here, that hate is often a response, so comes after certain events online, because it gives a platform really to people who have or hold prejudice to express this prejudice. So it's really hard to say if there is a personal intent. Well, we can all speculate and make our judgment, I guess, but the data clearly says that these instances were associated with a spike in hate.
Well, my workplace is the federal parliament, otherwise known as colonisers' headquarters. It's okay to be racist in my workplace. It's an everyday occurrence in the Senate chamber. There's no protections for particularly women of colour. Myself and Mayreen Faruqi and Fatima Payman have raised this with the Senate President, with the Special Minister of State, always forget his name, Don Farrell. We've raised it with the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service. We've raised it with the Human Rights Commission. We have no right to be safe in our workplace from racists. So you can be racist in the federal parliament. What message does that send to the rest of the country?
Clearly that it's okay to be racist, I guess. But it's what we see, of course, in social media. I mean, the main evidence we have from a range of studies, and very well structured and reliable studies, is that hate in online environments can, let's say, facilitate more hate because it basically normalizes a certain type of language, which over time is assumed as being normal and okay by people. So the more hate you have in a certain social environment in social media, the more hate you will likely have in the future.
Thank you. And just my last question. According to your heat map of racist social media activity, Victoria is one of the most racist states. Is that correct? And why is Victoria, so-called Victoria, so racist?
So it's there are lots of methodological caveats in there because we used geolocation metadata, which is not available for all users. So it could be that the data is biased in a way that we don't know. Nonetheless, we decided to present the data because we think it's also interesting, and we cannot find an obvious bias as well. So honestly, I don't know why. We don't know. We have tried to understand it, but it's certainly a future direction for research. Victoria, Western Australia, Queensland look like more likely to express hate users in these states. I don't know why.
I will ask one more really quickly, and it's the orange elephant that I spoke about yesterday in the room, Pauline Hanson, Senator Hanson. Has there been an increase in hate towards Aboriginal people since the rise? Does it correlate with the rise of Senator Hanson?
You mean rise in opinion polls?
Rise in hate.
Yes,
so, you know, when racists get platformed and they get on the TV and they can get a free jet and a free Ranger, they're out there and it becomes normalised and everyone loves that. But has the rise in the racist party also seen a rise in hate and racism against First Peoples?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have data in our data set to respond, but it would be great to have a look at it, really. Yeah. It'd be interesting to see if visibility of Pauline Hanson's party and associated political figures is associated with spikes in hate. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the answer in our data. But yeah.
If you do the work, I'll put it on notice, and if you get it done by then, you do, but be interested in what that looks like too. Thank you very much for your work.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. I'll go online to Mr G.
Yes, thank you very much for your evidence. I'm interested to know how pattern-based monitoring works in practice. How does that actually, what are you actually looking for? And in practice, how does that actually lead to the prevention of online racism using AI? How easy is it to implement?
Absolutely. So I understand you want to know more about the methodology we use to classify hate and how our study can suggest intervention points. Is this the question?
Yeah, I'm interested in knowing, I mean, you basically said that detective responses require a shift from reactive approaches to approaches that address patterns, amplification, and underlying narratives. So I'm just wondering, practically speaking, what that looks like and how those approaches in practice can lead to the prevention of racism online.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question. So let me give you a few examples. So number one, we saw that certain types of misinformation, and we specified the types of misinformation, which is the one, for example, suggesting that a victory of the yes at the referendum would have meant that people could have been evicted of their properties. Okay, so that type of misinformation was clearly associated with increases in hate. So if we are able to identify early, and we can with artificial intelligence, the spread of these narratives, we can, for example, ask platforms to avoid, to algorithmically recommend this type of content. Because although it is not illegal, it is very likely to create a spike in hate. And so avoiding to amplify it would be a way to reduce hate in platforms. This is one example. Another example is that if we know that the majority of hate originates from certain clusters of users and targets certain specific people, well, we know already online so at the moment, for example, platforms and anyone looking at online hate, even government agencies, are reactive in the sense that they try to remove individual posts online after they are published, and sometimes they stay in the platforms for a long time. If you already know where to look for them, for example, this is a second example, you can immediately go and remove these posts because you know that they are more likely to originate from certain people and targeting other peoples. So these are just two practical examples. I hope they make sense to tell you how our work can help identify evidence-based responses that can be effective in mitigating hate.
Suppose, though, that it's either the platforms having to sign up to doing this or they're going to have to be made to do it. Is that the bottom line here?
Well, in relation to avoiding to algorithmically spread hate, yeah, we rely on the platforms. So I agree with you. Either we convince them to do it or we make them do it. I don't know how, what's the most effective, but totally we need them. There are other types of interventions which are proven to be effective, for example, inoculation and other, let's say, text-based intervention, which can be done without the intervention of the platforms. Clearly are less effective than intervening when you, can tweak the algorithms within a platform. But, I mean, there are other things that can be done without having the platforms on board necessarily.
And what would they be?
So one example is inoculation. We have done lots of studies on that, and it's proven to be effective in randomized control trials and good, scientific studies. And that consists in basically educating online users in recognizing the ways in which people try to manipulate them. So instead of telling them, what they believe is wrong, we tell them, look, have you noticed that people try to manipulate your emotions by using these strategies? And it is a effective intervention because it is associated with recognition of attempts to manipulate someone, and then this person exhibits a resistance against the message.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very interesting and very helpful. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Mr G. Senator Little.
Professor Gargani, I just want to ask, how did you define racism?
How
did you define it?
In the study?
Yes.
So, I have written a large systematic review on definitions of hate and racism, and I mean there's a huge number of definitions and disagreements. If you ask me, I believe racism is found in very different places, not just interpersonal interactions. It's found in structures, in algorithms, in institutions and policies that people experience in many places. For this specific study, we used two approaches. One is to classify language that, like toxicity, has features that are clearly harmful on users and targets. So in that case, we used Google's classifiers developed with billions of data points.
I just want to be clear.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand the threshold you used to define how you counted quite clearly what you defined as racism.
Okay. So number one, we don't exactly talk about racism because we know what we're measuring in the report. So in the report we talk about toxicity, identity attack when we refer to classification using existing tools. And the other approach we used was to train a artificial intelligence algorithm based on annotations provided by community members, which we identified through the Call It Out register, and we used, common definitions in the literature to identify hate as language that is dehumanizing, harmful, attacking the identity of the target.
Do you say that in the report, how you define hate or racism?
I think we have a couple of pages in which we explain the different types of hate. We captured specifically voice-based hate and racial identity hate. They're in one page. I mean, it's a page in which we define and provide examples of these types of language.
Okay. Now, how did you define, you gave us an example of what you said you saw as misinformation. What else? How did you define what misinformation was?
We relied on the Associated Press fact-check initiative, which provides a list of verified false claims that were spread during the referendum campaign, and we only focused on the ones associated with First Nations peoples and the voice. It's also there in the report. I think in a footnote we also provided a link to the database that we used to identify misinformation items, and we looked exactly for them in the data.
So my colleague, Ms. Thorpe, Senator Thorpe, asked whether she featured in here. You've got some people featured in this report. Did you identify, I can't see in here, did you kind of identified hate related to those who signalled a no vote for that campaign? Or did you just do it on people? Senator Thorpe, how did you define who you would do that on?
Yeah, Senator Thorpe was a no vote.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
I'm saying, how did you identify who you would look at?
Of course, yeah, it's a really good question. So basically, I think we explained in the methodology section that we collected data through a query, which includes, and we have provided a list of hashtags and keywords that we used to retrieve the data. And these hashtags and keywords represent a range of political opinions. So both the ones, let's say, associated with the yes vote and the ones associated with the no vote. So to make sure we had, a comprehensive data set, not a biased one. And then we ran our AI classifier through the whole data set, and to understand whether specific First Nations public figures were more targeted than others, we compared them with non-First Nations public figures with comparable following. So say someone followed by 15,000 people on a social media platform, we compared that person with another public figure followed by more or less 15,000 people. Because of course, clearly, the more visible a person is, the more hate and also any interaction they drive. But if you compare people with the same following, you are pretty much comparing apples with apples, right?
So have you done the same work on things such as earlier this year, passed in Parliament was the Committing Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism legislation federally. Did you look at what happened then?
No, the data set is 2023, as we said. We have limited research. I would love to look at everything, but
Who sponsored this work? Who paid for this work?
Oh, this was
university?
Internal funds we have at Deakin, so it's a bit limited,
Right, because that would be interesting to understand what happens when you pass significant legislation like that.
I really agree. And this was specifically looking at anti-First Nations hate online, and so this is why we focused on events that were likely to drive that type of language. If we focus on Islamophobia or anti-Semitism, we focus on different events, of course.
if I look at one of these charts in your report, daily counts of voice-based hate, red line, and racial identity hate, blue line, during the referendum campaign, you know, they're kind of tracking, you know, a little bit up and down, but there is considerably a change from sort of starts July 2023, significantly changes in September 2023, and I'm talking about significantly changes, and then November 2023, it literally drops back to below where it was, even when all this conversation even started. So how do you explain that?
Yeah, totally. It's a really good question. So we are not looking, because we're not able to look at hate everywhere online. We have to collect a sample of data. So 3 million data points are a lot, but they are nothing. They are a small fraction of data if you think about all the data that Australians produce every day. So we have a query, and it is, think about having a telescope. We are zooming on one area of the landscape. So in that area, which is what we see, we saw a massive increase because we were looking at conversations using campaign hashtags and all that. Now, those conversations ended. The conversation using the campaign hashtag, which we were monitoring, which doesn't mean that the same people were not discussing using other hashtags or in other ways, or that hate ended, but it means that within those conversations associated with the campaign and campaign hashtags, well, actually the conversations dropped. So people stopped using these hashtags after the referendum. Does it make sense?
Hashtags or hate commentary?
Hashtags. And so the hashtags are the ways that we use to retrieve the data. And within that data, which is the zoom, the part of the landscape we see with our telescope, right, we monitored hate and how hate increased or decreased. But it's always within a specific sample of conversations.
So I'm trying to understand what value this actually has in telling us how much hate and where it was directed during that campaign.
Well, during the campaign, a lot of value.
Because it just completely drops off, according to this.
No, but the conversations containing, so, okay, people talking about the Voice campaign and the referendum, between January and the referendum date, they used mostly hashtag associated with the referendum, which is the Voice referendum, or vote yes, or vote no, or everything else. If you don't know, vote no. We comprised the discussions, including all these hashtags and keywords, which means we captured, we think, a big portion of the conversation online about the referendum. So within these discussions, hate massively increased. Now, these discussions stopped happening with these specific keywords and hashtags in the week after the referendum. So people stopped talking or using vote yes, right? Does that make sense? How the data was collected? Yes?
Yeah, I think it'd be useful for you to provide, no, I'm not, I still think it would be useful for you to provide the committee how you defined what hate was when you actually went in there, or you defined what racism was, rather than people who were actually talking about it. What was the threshold where you defined, you went from free speech, people objecting, people aggressively objecting, to hate?
Yeah, totally. Look, I can do that.
And racism. Yeah. If you can provide the committee with that, not now, you can provide it on notice.
But it's in the report. It's in the page providing examples with voice-based hate and race-based hate. Well, it's a full page with 2 different paragraphs and examples. I mean, I can read.
If you can send that to us, because I think I got this yesterday, so it'd be very useful for you to direct us to where that is, rather than us having to search through a whole heap of data points.
It's the methodology.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. We heard, I was going to say this morning, but it was yesterday morning, evidence in particular about the targeting of First Nations content from bots online. Do you have data about Do you have any evidence or data about bots and how they target First Nations content?
I wish we had that. Bots, old bots are kind of easy to detect because they were like behaving like bots. So spreading and publishing, I don't know, 15 posts in 30 seconds. Current bots, contemporary ones, are really good. And it's impossible, I don't know if it's impossible, but it's a really hard technical task to distinguish them from real people. So I wish I had this information, but no.
Okay, thank you. We had Meta at the Brisbane hearing. They have a combating online hate advisory group. Are you a part of that at all? I'm wondering what advice the group gives Meta that tells them that it's okay not to have any of their moderators on Australian shores when they are making decisions about what is racist or not in Australia.
I'm also wondering the same. I mean, they established the advisory group maybe 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. They invited a range of academics, community, activists. I actually participated because I thought, well, I'm going to learn something about how they do, for example, moderation. Or I'm going to finally see their data because they never release the data. They say, we remove, I don't know, 70% of the hate that have. How do we know it's 70% and not 3% and not 1%? We have to trust what they say because there is no accountability and no transparency. So my biggest request was, can we see the data? I never got onto the data. We met probably twice, and not in the past 6-7 months. They never asked for any advice. I would have loved to give some advice.
So what happens at those meetings then?
Oh, there are like presentations about how they do, again, like moderation or introduction of new policies, and then people say, we think it doesn't work. Okay, we take notes. And that's...
And so you don't know if the things that you raise with Meta actually actioned. From the experience of users online, it would probably suggest that it doesn't.
Probably not.
So I'm wondering, there was an ABC article, I can't remember when it came out now, yesterday, from the ABC, talking about Facebook paying controversial creators to produce rage bait content.
I saw that.
So in the article, it suggests that, in effect, that Meta is in a direct commercial relationship with the content creators that have links to neo-Nazi, far right-wing extremist groups. Seems like this would be an important thing to bring a group like the one that you're on in Meta together to talk about. Facebook are paying, Meta is paying for far-right extremist content on their platforms. How does that contribute to the hate and racism that's directed at First Nations people?
Massively, of course.
Because we asked them in Brisbane, like essentially, about hate and racism being profitable, of which they, of course, said that they tried not to happen. But here, in this article, it says that this is an invitation-only program. So they are explicitly inviting groups who are creating hate content. So it seems very at odds with the evidence they gave to the committee that they are not profiting from hate and racist content on their platform. What advice are you going to give them the next time you meet?
I guess the question is, what can the government do to make them stop and behave in a responsible way?
We're really happy to hear what recommendations you think government should make.
I don't know the answer, because really they are... their headquarters are in the United States. Clearly, they are protected by the current administration. So what can a country like Australia do? It's, there are already a few issues with the Trump administration, tariffs, and what can Australia do to really enforce a different approach to regulation of content online when these companies are protected by a administration in the US which defends them.
We have seen moves from the Australian government, like the banning of under 16s off social media. The other thing that Meta pointed to in their evidence is that they do comply with the laws of the countries that they operate within. So there is some, I suppose there are some levers there to think about what does their presence in Australia look like or should look like, or how do we protect Australian social media users from really harmful content and things that I would suggest don't actually align with Australian values.
I agree, but the problem I think we face is that they are not accountable. So they tell us they comply, but how do we know that they do? My research shows that there is still a lot of hate in platforms, not removed. Some of the hate is removed, and we find out in our data analysis. We don't know the proportion that has been removed. So, and many community organizations, report specific individual data points, sometimes they remove them, sometimes not. But how do we check that they comply if they own the data and only they can see the data? This is the question.
And so what does accountability look like? Transparency in data?
Transparency in data, absolutely.
And are there other
in
things?
the algorithms.
Sorry?
And in the algorithms.
And in the algorithms, the recommender systems. Yeah, I mean, I certainly get pushed far-right content and I definitely don't want to see it.
Can I just ask for a clarification of the transparency of the data?
Just
quick, you can probably put this on notice. On the page that talks about the heat map of hate activity per 100,000 people,
yes,
it says that Western Australia and Queensland remain among the higher activity states, while the ACT and the Northern Territory remain lower. But is that 100,000 based on a proportion of the population, or is that just based on 100,000? Because this doesn't seem consistent with how people voted on a geographic basis. This doesn't look right to me, based on the actual vote per state and territory. This is inconsistent, it appears. If you can explain that to me, that would be good.
Yeah, in a second. Let me explain. So basically, let's say we have 100, and I'm making up the figure, 100 hateful users in Victoria and 50 in the Northern Territory. Does that mean that there is more hate in the population of Victoria or in the Northern Territory? But, well, it depends, the way in which you look at the data. So in absolute numbers, which is not what that map shows, you can say, yes, there is more in Victoria. But if you divide 100 by the population of Victoria and 100 by the population of Northern Territory, you will probably find that there is more hate per capita, per person, and in that case of that figure, per 100,000 people, there are more hateful users, each 100,000 people.
But there's also less people.
Well, that's the point, exactly. So there is less people, so there might be less hate in absolute numbers, but in relative numbers, relative to the population of the state, there is more hate. And that is what the map shows. So relative to the population of the state. So how many hateful users you have per 100,000 people. So it's a hate rate. It's not an absolute number.
But you can't, based on that, equate hate with the actual vote. Because if you look at this, you've got with the actual vote for each state, for each state and territory, you can't. Because South Australia is sitting there quite different from the other states, and yet they were the second highest no vote in the country.
No, yeah, absolutely. No, it's so that tells you. So basically, in the heat map, the color change with the change of how many hateful users you have per 100,000 people, on average.
How active people were potentially on their social media platforms, but by state rather than the vote outcome. Thank you very much for your evidence to the committee this afternoon. That does bring us to time with you. I imagine you'll get some questions on notice, certainly from me after today. So thank you very much. Answers to questions on notice are due by the 28th of August. The Secretariat will make sure you know about that. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today. And if when you have a read through it, there are any errors that you want to see fixed there, you can request that that happens. Thank you very much. We will now suspend very briefly while we welcome next witness. Thank you. We will now resume. I call on Ms Monica Morgan to give evidence. I'm just wondering, sorry, I should check Mr Bruce Lindsay. I might just invite you both to introduce yourselves and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Do acknowledgement country.
Please.
So I'd like to acknowledge I'm on Royal country of the Kulin Nation and respect all that happened to them in this stealing of their country in Melbourne, what's called Melbourne today. So I acknowledge them here.
Thank you very much for that.
My name's Monica Morgan. I'm a Yorta Yorta woman, principally. I also have bloodlines to Gunditjmara and bloodlines to Taungurung and marriage lines to Wamba and all the other mobs. So I come today to be able to give evidence today on not just a harrowing experience that happened to myself and my family and my people, but also a win that we were able to establish within the Administrative Tribunal, VCAT. And so that's why I have Bruce here to do a little bit, if you want to ask questions about the legal matters themselves, that would be good.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Shall I introduce myself, Chair?
Absolutely, Mr Lindsay.
Dr Bruce Lindsay. I'm a Senior Specialist Lawyer with Environmental Justice Australia, which is a public interest environmental legal practice based here in Melbourne. We acted for Miss Morgan in the VCAT proceedings and matters preliminary to that she's going to talk to today, and I'm happy to answer questions, especially in relation to those proceedings, to the extent it assists Miss Morgan and assists the committee.
Thank you very much. I've got a little spiel I need to read out, and then I'll invite you to make an opening statement. So, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard. It attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live on the Parliament's website with audio only. And we obviously have some media in the room this afternoon. You can see from the nameplates in front of you which of the committee is joining you here today, and we no longer have anybody joining us online. I will now invite you to make an opening statement.
I did want to respond to something that Lydia said before, that Victoria is one of the most racist states in Victoria, and I have to conclude that it must be the case. And the connection between what has happened with Yorta Yorta, I also go back to some issues, or reminded me of what happened in the Grampians in Gunditjmara country, when the Nazis put up some swastikas up on the Grampians on a very sacred hill. And then the ABC News came behind them and did a film undercover. They came to Yorta Yorta land straight after. They came there as part of a process that goes back over a few years back, League of Nations. A very racist ideology that came about because of British heritage is active and very consistent with what is going on at the moment around Victoria with the cases that I have to deal with, that in the past my mother had to deal with and our people had to deal with. It's consistently occurring, and it will go up in waves, and I believe the waves are coming back up again. We all knew about Bruce Ruxton, the RSL person who used to flare up. It's all associated with that process, and I just wanted to make comment that that is very much alive and had been during the era that Yorta Yorta Nation had been starting to assert our rights as peoples. So the specific case that I'm referring to today is what occurred to myself and to my people in relation to the Barma Brumby. It's been a harrowing experience, and I just wanted to talk about some of the reactions and feelings that I've had myself. So as I said, I'm a Yorta Yorta woman I live at Cumragunja. I've lived there for the last 40 years. I've grown up in that vicinity, Echuca, Moama, all those areas, such as my ancestors have. We as a people have never ceded our ownership or sovereignty to our lands or our waters, and my Yorta Yorta sovereignty is intact. My connection to my Yorta Yorta country is a collective right, deeply rooted in the people's past as well as present and future, and hold a spiritual and cultural identity that has been represented by my people for hundreds of thousands of years, which commenced with the dreaming story, which is a women's Winya story, the creation story for the Dungala, the Murray River. I exercise my rights to exist and continue to uphold the traditional and spiritual connection to my country, and in passing on land and waters to future generations. As I said, I live on Cumragunja and next to the local community over the river in Barma, where my family also reside. Between the 6th of April 2018, and I think it extends further than the 22nd of September 23, but we finally were able to get a conclusion around 2025, hey? 24, 25. Somewhere in that point, I was the Chief Executive Officer of the Yorta Yorta Nation Aboriginal Corporation. And we'd just been successful in obtaining Yorta Yorta country as what did you call that thing when you have land rights or something on it? We had joint management with Parks Victoria. In making this affidavit, effective the conduct of the Barma Brumby Preservation Group has on me and my family. In the last, I'd say, 6 years, even before that, I felt that the respondents were being able to get away with defaming me, with using offensive or frightening conduct without any repercussions. While being employed as a Yorta Yorta at the Yorta Yorta Corporation, I had to see the respondents' posters and witness weekly protests outside our Barma office, with horse floats, cars bearing the photos and messages such as you can see, which I've handed out to you, posted all around the region, everywhere I went. And wherever I went, I was tailed. Every time I see new posters go up, I feel shocked and I feel sadness. Disbelief and dread is seeing the same behaviour that my mother went through only 20 years before, in the 1980s. This is the same behaviour with deadlier consequences occurred to my ancestors in the 1800s. I continue to see the respondents' posters whenever I visited my grandchildren, when I collect my mail, when I buy my groceries. Because of the chatter the respondents has created, I couldn't go anywhere without being yelled at and accosted. I've had people tailgate my car, take photos of me going about my daily routine. For years I had been yelled at and cursed. This is especially so when visiting the larger town of Nathalia, which is closer to where the Brumby Ponderosa is. Oh, there she is. How dare she come here? That's my country. How dare I go into the bakery? How dare I even walk down the street? Hearing someone like that, utes driving past with my face on it. Going into town to shop in Echuca and seeing the utes lined up in front of the shops because people were working in there and were allowed to just drive around. The posters made me angry. What are they doing putting my image up, my face like death warrant and wanted? It's indefensible. I'm worried and always worried that the hatred towards me with the understanding that they're elevating certain elements of society. They have violent rhetoric which makes me worried about becoming physical violence. I know that the respondents' Facebook was full of prejudice and hate against me. The presidents, both past and present, of the Barma Preservation Society, whatever they were, I'm not on Facebook, but I could see them, I could access to them. But they were drawing divides between black people. So we had Yorta Yorta people who had turned now, because of the native title case, to Bangarang. And they were dividing our mob in the mob that would support them and the mob that wouldn't support them. The old divide and rule process. It was hurtful, just not for me, but also for my family, because they're my direct relatives. The community, the elders, they all felt very deeply about all this. But somehow I was singled out as the woman. When I would go to my board, mainly men, at Yorta Yorta, I would talk to them about my legal rights. I had to find my own lawyers. I had to go in front of the media myself. I had to front up, and my face was the order. Everyone else kind of faded into the shadows. And this what worries you, when your own people also fade away. The glares, the words, they're hurtful, but we stand proud because we walk on our country. I can't escape the hold that the respondents' conduct had over the residents of Barma. People who supported the respondents were emboldened, believed absolutely that they were right, and they created an us and them. There shouldn't be any blame. What's happening is a part of a management plan for the protection of floodplains, marshlands and Barma National Park and the Barma Forest Ramsar site is something that we all should cherish, because we're protecting part of our country and our heritage and our creation stories. The elders were very much affected. They were supporting us with the move of removing feral animals, which are the hooved animals. Our country had no hooved animals. Looking after our wetlands, our cultural sites, our burial sites, in which hooved animals used to be able to congregate on, particularly when we had the floods. It was a very damaging period of time having these horses and cattle and deer and goats and every other type of animal that you can think of with the hooves. It's not just me. It's not just another black fella. I feel like everyone's under the umbrella of fear, including white people who don't agree with the respondents but are too frightened to say anything. People who've stopped going to the local pub, which is the main place in town. Now it's the meeting place of the Barma Preservation and the Barma Cattlemen's Association. All this has affected me personally, all the way through the process. But again, I had with me my elders, my children, my family, to be able to give me that context of support. Despite these proceedings, the respondents continue to say offensive and frightening things on social media. And you can see that Snapchat that was with the pellet in front of the office. It harked back to the days of the 80s. My mother was a target of the Barma Cattlemen's Association for the same thing. The Labor government then, back in the day, came and the vandals targeted and protected a ceremonial site where they dug a shallow grave and placed a signage on it. Rest in hell, Elizabeth Hoffman. That's my mother, Morgan. They cut KKK signs in the trees. I recall been told about burning crosses. And when I said to the police they've been burning crosses, a young white boy came to our office frightened. I sent the police out, and the police come back and they said, "Oh, Monica, that wasn't crosses. That was what they call that when they Ghostbusters." These are the kind of things that are occurring and still lay dormant within the very same fabric of society that we're purporting that's coming into being. You talk about why things aren't working for our mob is because there's a hatred in there that is so intense and so prevailing that undercurrent is there at any time. My application, as we did through VCAT, was successful. I had to get my own lawyers to be able to work for me without cost. No big hoo-ha, but they came and we were able to show evidence that this kind of behaviour needs to stop. And we were able to show to the VCAT for the very first time of the emotional, cultural and religious feelings that we have for our country. The Yorta Yorta have been fighting for a long time and speaking out against injustices for generations. I can only imagine what my elders went through, but they prevailed. There was, these are the kind of things the respondents would write in the Facebook. Yorta Yorta do not answer emails themselves. Every time it is Parks Victoria that answers for them. Traditional ownership of Barma. They were denied traditional twice in the Supreme Court. It is the Bangarang who are the original ancestors, and their wishes were ignored by the Andrews government and Parks Victoria. Yorta Yorta have been vast amounts of money to go along with the parks and the Andrews government. Well, we hear that now. We support you 100%. It is my understanding Yorta Yorta have no real history in Barma. They're responding to Bangarang people. They have bought stuff, they have been bought off and used, and we all know it, and they know we know it. Shame on them. The entitled shit stirrers can help themselves trying to control everyone. That fake organisation needs to be exposed for what they really are, grifters. Monica Morgan, explicit language. No more Indigenous than most of us. Selfish, greedy, narcissistic twat. This proves this woman is a liar, as well as the person who condones and participates in destruction of other people's signs or private property. This goes a long way back, and I'm just the next one to cop it. This needs to change, otherwise our kids will live through this process and continue if we don't speak up every time this kind of violation happens. Every time that our people are persecuted for looking after country and talking for country. I'll just leave it at that now, and
we'll go to questions.
Yep,
okay?
You can do
questions. Thank you very much, and I will just on behalf of other committee members apologise. There are some people who have flights to catch and things, so might need to take off, but will join us online. Will call us online to continue for this session and for the rest of the day. But apologise for the interruption that might come. And I'll go to Senator Thorpe first for questions.
Thank you for your opening statement, and I'm just horrified that this has happened to you as a very well-respected elder, if I can say, of not only the Yorta Yorta people, but many people around this country. And thank you for the work that you've done in your lifetime, certainly. I've been watching that all my life. And it's great that you had a win, because we don't get wins. So how easy or difficult was it for you to achieve the finding that you'd been racially vilified?
You want me to respond to that?
Yeah, it was a long process. Yeah,
Senator, I might, if it assists, what I might do is explain the outline of that proceeding and how long it went for. In the first instance, the conduct to which Ms Morgan referred was part of a pattern of conduct by a particular group and particular people. It arose largely, as Ms Morgan said, out of a program to remove feral horses from the Barmah National Park, which was part of a joint management process with the Victorian Government and Parks Victoria. The consequences of that were really evident in three different ways. First of all, the posters that were published that Ms Morgan refers to, many Facebook posts on a particular Facebook page that was established and administered by the group, the Brumby group that Ms Morgan refers to. They were the kind of key ways in many respects. We commenced assisting Ms Morgan in response to this by first of all making a complaint on her behalf to the Equal Opportunity Commission in Victoria as the kind of preliminary step to deal with those allegations. And we made allegations and claim under what was then the Racial and Religious Tolerance Act in Victoria. Those laws have since been incorporated into the Equal Opportunity Act, but essentially they are laws to prohibit racial vilification, and they remain on the books. The bar for racial vilification is quite high, not least because there is a need to balance conduct, and this is directed at conduct, including speech, that concerns racial vilification, which has a specific legal meaning about serious ridicule and contempt and so forth, as against legitimate speech and legitimate free speech. The issue here in many ways is the speech and the conduct that we alleged and was ultimately found by the tribunal to occur, it went beyond legitimate speech. There is a balance to be struck, obviously, between what is permissible and, in a democratic society, what is not. And the tribunal made findings on that, to which I'll come to in a minute. The proceedings, the process was entirely unsuccessful in a conciliation process at the Commission, not least because the respondents in this case, the Barmah Brumby group, which were concerned about the removal of horses from the park, essentially failed to engage in the entire process, notwithstanding quite considerable efforts on our part and Ms Morgan's part. Ultimately, those ended up in proceedings before VCAT, which was the responsible jurisdiction to deal with racial vilification claims in Victoria, and it still is. So we made those allegations in extensive points of claim before the tribunal. The respondents had ample opportunity to respond, and they largely never did respond to any of those claims. The matter ultimately went before the tribunal. The respondents made no appearance. And on the basis of the evidence and the material we put forward in our claim, the tribunal found that Ms Morgan had been the victim of racial vilification. Just to describe that conduct, because Ms Morgan's kind of described it briefly, but I just want to give an overview of the points in the claim, because they kind of give a sense of what we mean by conduct in this circumstance. They described, or they incited views, amongst other things, that Ms Morgan and the Yorta Yorta Corporation, or Yorta Yorta as a people, were complicit in the inhumane and senseless killing of horses, were infected by greed, dishonesty and corruption, had no legitimate connection with or care for the land comprising the Barmah National Park, were not legitimate traditional owners, were not legitimate Aboriginal persons or people, and that Yorta Yorta were generally treated favourably by courts or by the Victorian Government, including through the silencing of non-Aboriginal people. The significance of that conduct in many ways is it speaks to, as you would have heard, I imagine, in the course of hearings, tropes and stereotypes and myths about Aboriginal people. And they were quite central to some of the comments and the conduct that occurred, especially on the Facebook page. I mean, obviously there was things that were menacing as well to Miss Morgan directly, but a lot of the conduct also concerned those racist tropes and stereotypes and myths, and they spoke to a certain history, in particular around Barmer and so forth. So the last thing I'll probably say to assist the committee is the findings that the tribunal made, and these were in, so I seem to recall, September 2024, was at the time, we understand it, the first time a finding of racial vilification had been made against an Aboriginal person had been racially vilified by another person in Victoria. I don't know if similar findings have been made since, but to that point in time, as we understand it, that was the first time. And these laws aren't particularly new. That Act at the time was passed in 2001, and it has always struck me as particularly extraordinary that no findings of that type had ever been made to that point in time. I should say also the amount of time and effort and stress and distress that Miss Morgan had to go through to get to this point in time is also quite extraordinary in itself, and partly talks to the issue of how racial vilification in this situation is dealt with, especially by the need for an individual to take those proceedings, and that a response to racial vilification has to be met by individualised justice when clearly there are systemic structural issues at play here. So it's a testament in many ways to Miss Morgan's endurance and to that of her family and people that we got this far.
Can I add that only last Saturday, when I was going about my business at a landscape getting some wood, I heard, oh, there she is. I knew it was her. Goading me. Same mob, still doing it to just last week. I can't escape them. I don't care, but I don't react. But in that carries a burden of trying to be tall and strong as a black woman, a Yorta woman, and not be seen as some, radicalised person who goes off her nana all the time. And that is a very difficult thing because that's what they're trying to provoke at all times. And it hasn't stopped, even with this.
I should say as a final point, Miss Morgan was acting in an official capacity when this commenced. This particular conduct commenced as a Chief Executive Officer of Yorta Nations Aboriginal Corporation through an official process directed to protecting her country and indeed the land and waters of the national park on behalf of everyone. That's the important context in many ways of how this particular proceeding came about.
Did you want to ask a question before you go?
Yeah, look, I'm really sorry, I'm just not able to come, but I'm going to join online. Before I joined Parliament, I did a lot of threatened species work, particularly around feral animal control. It's really important work. I'm interested to understand where was the, given this was a joint management arrangement, what role did the National Park Authority play in
None.
Responding, supporting, taking a position of co-management in the spirit in which those arrangements exist around the country, or even the minister themselves? I'm just trying to understand how you seem to be the only person, other than a couple of pictures in here.
I got a visit by one of the ministers once. I think what is happening is that there's not education of the parks system. So on the ground, on the high level, they might have all this theory, this is going to work, but they don't do anything on the ground. So these people who are the managers of the parks, who work in the regional offices and the local offices, they are part of that community. And there was silence. The only ones that stood up and became proactive was the CMAs and those kind of people who actually we work with on trying to protect and preserve and get hooved animals out of the country, but very, very much silent. And even when the win happened, I heard nothing. I didn't hear anything from the Yorta Yorta Nation. I had to do this all on my own, even after I was out as a CEO. I didn't have the support of the government, you know, or the Parks Victoria or anybody in getting to this point. And even after it was made, there was very little response.
Did you have it all, and I'm interested in the context of the co-management agreement, was there anything in there that would have given you some greater comfort of having a more stronger, authoritative, shared position on this? Was there, or was there a failure in the agreement in the way it was constructed that allowed for a true joint management outcome?
I believe it's the whole concept of joint management. The power shift didn't shift from Parks Victoria. It was like we were then just an accompanied body of peoples that somehow, I don't even know, we got some rangers, and even them became part of the parks process, and even in themselves now, they didn't get the support that they needed. So I think the whole concept of joint management is something that our old mob, originally when we fought, I mean, I'm wearing this thing in the 70s, our mob, straight after the Tent Embassy come back, I was there second day, Tent Embassy. We come home, we were talking with the old people. What do we want? We want our land back. So this process of joint management is not giving back country, is not fundamentally giving back to the mob country. It's somehow, so you've got a joint management body that acts separately to Yorta Yorta Nation. They are Yorta Yorta people, but it's still greatly controlled and contrived through a management process separate to the mob themselves, yes. And so anything that you want to do to change is very difficult. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Little. Just while I've got some people in the room, just get someone from the committee to move that we table the photos provided. Thank you, Senator Thorpe, for doing that. Oh, sorry, Senator Thorpe, go for it. No, go for it. Sorry.
I have to run as well because I've got to do an interview. So it was found in VCAT that you'd been racially vilified, but the racists are still being racist. So yes, it was a good win in VCAT, but what's the win look like on the ground? What
Virtually, well, I think we've been able to they've gone broke and they've kind of shut down, and their process, what they were doing is they were filtering the horses through, keeping them and selling them. So they were making money out of it. And then they were also putting unmarked horses, foals and that, back into the national park. So the process really didn't stop. There's still horses going on in there. But in relation to the whole process, I don't believe there was much change other than maybe we shut down the Barma progressive society, but still it lingers in there in other avenues. I mean, the Cattlemen's Association now, they have a yearly muster. And so we've been able to isolate them out from the muster yard in the Barmah National Park, but they're on the fringes of Barmah. And they have it around the same time as they have the Anzac, and raising the flag and all those type of things. So the cultural context of them as this prominent mob of people with privilege continues.
So it seems that there's a lot of, I suppose, systemic racism here.
Absolutely.
Parks Victoria, that seems that they've shown some systemic racism through their processes. The state government. So for other Aboriginal people out there that experience this kind of racism every day, what do we need to change in the system, the systemic racism, to have a better outcome? And what is your message to other blackfellas on even going down that path, given the hurt, the trauma and the ongoing racism today that you still get? Like, is it worth it? Was it worth it? And what are the systems that need to be changed to make it better?
We have every right as a sovereign nations of people with our country to have country. That the areas of this land holds burial sites, sacred sites, middens that are hundreds of years old, thousands of years old in there, and that's our legacy, that's our culture, that's who we are. All the other country out there has been ploughed, toiled over, and has lost its essence, really, of showing that these parts of country should be provided straight over to First Nations people. There should be no joint management or quasi bullshit going on, I have to say, about how and who owns it. Fundamentally, it's owned and always has been held and never ceded by us. It is our country. And if we can't even have the bits of country that's still got our sites, still got our heritage, still got our culture intact, without having to have to always explain ourselves why to the white world out there, then I think, yes, the governments have got a lot of work to do. Politicians have a lot of work to do, and even our own people have a lot of work to do. We're succumbing to what is put in front of us instead of fighting for what should be. And I think that our children's future is very much diminished if we do not see the underlying racism within society, underlying control and trauma that's put on our people just to connect a country, the divisiveness that is occurring between mobs with money and power and who can have it and who can be recognised and who can't be, is just creating a disharmony in our communities. And I have sat under those trees since the 70s, 60s, 50s, since I was a kid. And I've learnt all those things from my elders, but they're gone now. And who's left now to do that? Well, I see myself as one of those people. I'm 70 next month, so I better step up. But who is going to continue that? How are we going to do that? And it's really about who in Parliament, who are the ones that are going to speak to those things. I mean, the voice was wonderful, but what was a voice? The voice didn't give rights. That's what we need, rights on our country. We need the land given back in sovereignty, in perpetuity, forever. That's what we need. We need outcomes that are based on reality, not words. Words are fluff and they'll come and go. That's all they are. I want to pass stuff on to my country, from my grandmothers and my great-grandmothers and that, to my children, you know. It's that simple, really, but it's not simple to white fellas. They don't care.
Thank you. I'll hand over to the chair, and I'm going to.
Yeah, go for it. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. You mentioned that you're not on social media.
No, I don't do it.
And do you know, because you talked about the horrible and racist comments that were targeted at you on social media, do you know if other people reported those comments or sought to have those taken down?
No. And we had some of our own people goading them on, keeping them up and going, yeah.
Senator, I should say,
but they did.
We repeatedly, on Ms Morgan's behalf, sought to have those comments taken down and removed.
Yeah, okay.
From the point where we engaged around a conciliation process all the way through to the VCAT proceedings and beyond. I should say, in terms of the outcomes of those proceedings,
posters, you're gone.
yeah, what we sought was to have posters removed that you copies of, an apology to Ms Morgan, and the Facebook post removed as well. So the first two of those things occurred at the time, but the Facebook posts, as I've been advised by my colleagues, haven't been removed. In fact, we had to make a complaint to Facebook to have them removed, and as I understand it, they still haven't been removed. So there was at least those efforts. They were at least seen by us, and we acted on them on Ms Morgan's behalf.
That was going to be my next question, which is what was the outcome of the tribunal? What was the outcome the tribunal ordered? What has been honoured and what is not?
Yeah, so I answered those in terms of two of the three things that were ordered by the tribunal. One thing I might add here, just because of the conduct of the respondents, who basically didn't engage in the proceedings, in the matter entirely, VCAT is generally a no-cost jurisdiction, so parties bear their own costs. In this case, the tribunal ordered costs against the respondent, which is quite an exceptional measure. I should note those costs have never been paid and not recovered. So that's...
Are you allowed to say what those costs are?
They're in the tens of thousands of dollars. I can't remember the number off the top of my head.
Yeah, and they've never been paid. Okay. I think lots of the questions that I had, you've already answered either in your opening statement or in response to other senators. I think maybe I'll just make a statement instead, which is that we shouldn't have to be exceptionally resilient to just exist on our own country and to live a happy and free life. On that, I will say thank you very much for taking the time to come and tell your story here at the Racism Inquiry. It has been really important to hear from you. If there is any additional information that you want to provide to the committee, you're welcome to do that through questions on notice. I imagine you might get some questions on notice from committee members after today. And if and when they come through, they'll be due back by the 28th of August, please, and you'll get those from the Secretariat. And you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence today. And if when you have a read through it, there are any errors in it, you can ask that they be fixed.
Can I ask one question?
Absolutely.
What is going to happen as a result of your inquiry? Will there be change?
So we hope so, absolutely. So the committee will, at the end of its, this is the final day of public hearing on the program. The committee will now use the next couple of months to consider all the evidence that we've received, including yours, as a part of this process, and will report to the Parliament in December with a whole range of recommendations based on the evidence that we've received. And then that will go to the government. So it'll be tabled in Parliament and it'll go to the federal government. So that's the process steps. But certainly we hope that recommendations and evidence given to this process and through this committee is honoured with action.
Well, thank you very much for hearing me today.
Thank you very much. We will now suspend very briefly while we welcome next witness. We will now resume. I call on representatives from Snake to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you. My name is Catherine Little and I am the CEO of Snake National Voice for Our Children, and I will represent the board, the council and the communities that entrust us with their voice.
Thank you. I'll just get you to speak up a little bit when you speak into the responding to questions.
Yes.
It seems unnecessarily far apart in a room like this.
I'm Siobhan McCann. I'm one of the directors in the Policy and Research Unit at Snake, here to support. I won't be speaking.
Thank you very much. I've got a little spiel to read out and then I'll invite you to make an opening statement. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live with audio only on the Parliament's website, and we also have media in the room this afternoon. I'm joined online by Senator Little. I will now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Senator. And a huge thank you to all of the committee members, even those of you that I cannot see at this point in time. Important for me to note before I begin speaking that I belong to the Aranda and Luritja peoples of Central Australia, and I acknowledge the Wurundjeri and Wurrung people of Victoria. As mentioned, I'm here to talk on behalf of Snake, and one of the things that we know about racism is that it tells a terrible story, and it's a story that harms our children, and it's a story for which we know there is a solution and there is a way forward. We know that the way racism is talked about in Australia really doesn't give light to what is happening around us. It doesn't talk to the harm, and it's becoming more and more pervasive. So I'm here because the story of racism is one of harm. It's a story of hate. It's a story of unfathomable damage, and it's a story that we can change. Racism is pervasive, and it always will be until we front up to reality and we embrace what we really need to do, and it is something that has been done here in Victoria, and it starts with truth-telling. Racism is one of the greatest barriers to improving the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and families. It is one of the biggest barriers to closing the gap. Despite decades of inquiries, reviews and reform efforts, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children continue to experience verbal, physical and emotional abuse in places that they should feel safe. This racism against our people is rooted in colonisation. However, racism is not historical and it is not incidental. It is built and it is reinforced. It is in the very walls and structures of our institutions. It is in the bedrock of our media. It is embedded in the policies, the practices and decisions that continue to disadvantage our children and our families every day. We see this in the overrepresentation of our children in child protection systems, out-of-home care and youth justice systems, all systems that were built. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children currently make up 45% of all children in out-of-home care, and the recent data released on Closing the Gap shows that this is increasing, and alarmingly, it has increased since March this year. On an average night, 60% of all young people in detention between the ages of 10 and 17 are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. That's despite our children making up less than 7% of all children. I spoke to an auntie recently who visited one of the detention centres, and the way she described it was one of great shame to see a child locked up like they were an animal in a zoo when they could have been at home learning and taking responsibility for their actions. These systems position our families as dangerous, locked up in cages, and our children as both at risk and as risk to others. Our systems view children and our families in a way that should never be tolerable. Evidence shows that our children are not safer when systems intervene and remove them from their families. When they become involved in child protection systems, children are most often ripped away from family and cultural ties and are not supported to connect and reunify safely. They experience higher rates of harm in care and poorer outcomes in education, health and well-being, not only as children but for the rest of their lives. We see a very different story when our communities are leading. Like here in Victoria, where ACOs have demonstrated higher rates of reunification and diversion from care when they support families. When ACOs lead, racist assumptions about our families being broken are replaced with recognition of our cultural strengths to care for our little ones. The result is stronger, safer care for children in their own communities. Yet despite everything we know about the critical importance of culture to children's well-being, we see the Northern Territory Government legislating recently to water down the child placement principle. We see a debate where racism at the core that claims the principle pits safety against culture, when that simply is not true. That somehow culture is intrinsically unsafe, when the opposite is true. Racism is not only reinforced through systems and institutions, it is also stoked by narratives of politicians and the media which continuously misrepresent Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. Narratives that say we are problems to be solved or negated or culprits to be blamed. Time and time again, our children are weaponised for political gain. We continue to see governments overlook the expertise of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and organisations. We continue to see them ignore what works and go backwards on commitments. Nowhere is this failure more apparent than in government's implementation of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. Reviews of the National Agreement have reinforced that closing the gap priority reforms reflect what needs to change, but governments are failing to change and failing to act. It is a shocking irony that racism continues to be reinforced by government systems and institutions that have made a commitment to close the gap for our children. With the most recent release of Closing the Gap data, we have seen scant progress. In some cases, the targets that focus on our children are going backwards. These statistics are not accidental and they are not inevitable. Governments continue to underinvest in ACOs, despite ACOs being essential in providing high quality, culturally safe and comprehensive care for our children. And when they do invest, it is in the wrong places. We continue to see investment in tertiary responses rather than investing in our early families to prevent harm. We are building prisons, not communities. Governments are moving too slowly when it comes to holding mainstream organisations accountable. Cultural competence should not be optional, it must be mandated, part of the way staff are trained, part of the way services operate. Governments have all but walked away from truth-telling and accountability following the defeat of the Voice referendum nearly 3 years ago. Truth-telling has never been about blame or finger-pointing. It's about understanding how the past has shaped our present so that we can move forward together. The National Agreement must be implemented in full and at pace to genuinely work towards addressing racism in our systems. Closing the gap was never meant to be a set and a forget agreement. It requires governments to be accountable and to show up to address systemic racism and the impact it has on our families and communities, and to adapt when that conversation changes and the landscape shifts. The evidence is clear. Both the Productivity Commission and independent Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander-led review found that governments are not consistently delivering on their commitments. They highlighted the need to move beyond rhetoric and towards genuine shared decision-making and self-determination. 2 reviews. Kujara Yalchi. 1 overarching conclusion. Kuchu Kulani. Progress will remain inadequate unless governments come to the table in genuine partnership and are serious about delivering change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. I did miss one of the committee members we have online, which is Mr G, and he has questions, so I'm going to go to him first. Mr G.
Yes, thank you very much for that opening statement and also your evidence. One of the recommendations that you have put forward is giving Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people a voice and to embed shared decision making. Can you just elaborate on what you mean by that and ways in which the government might act on that recommendation, please?
So where we're seeing progress under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, what you see is the implementation of 4 priority reforms, and those 4 priority reforms start with shared decision making, and voice is fundamental to that. When we're talking about children, we need to be really cognizant that children have a say in the environments that they live in. They have the ability to tell their own stories, and sometimes what they want is slightly different to what you might see, and sometimes the stories they tell are incredibly enlightening, and sometimes the stories that they tell are absolutely horrific. When we're talking about child protection and children in juvenile detention, very rarely are their stories told. Now, there's a lot of reasons around that. Some of those, of course, mean that we have to protect children who are experiencing vulnerability. But Snake itself has stood up a youth voice mechanism, and many of the people on that particular group have told us that it's time that adults stop hiding behind those safeties and dig deeper and find those voices of children so they can speak directly to the harms that they are experiencing. Because the truth of it is, public policy developed without the voices of the people on who it impacts has never made good policy. In fact, it causes harm. When we're talking about shared decision making, it really means changing the way that you work with us. It means coming to the table and saying, we've got a problem. How do you see it? What are the ways we can work together to solve it? Where are the barriers that we need to overcome? How do we know it's working? That's really critical too. How do we evaluate whether it's effective? And how do we ensure that it stands the test of time? Because what we hear consistently is we may well get a pilot program and we may well get incredible responses from a pilot program, but pilot programs never have sustainable funding, never do they have a sustainable base to sit on. So when we're talking about things like shared decision making, what we're talking about is the ability for those voices to inform what's happening, to be part of that process, to ensure that the safeties, the programs and the policies that sit around that environment are solid, invested in, and that the responses are given to the organisations that have the best opportunity to get an outcome. And as a general rule, the best outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and families are those that are designed in consultation with Aboriginal communities and Aboriginal community-controlled organisations.
Thank you. And in your submission, you brought to our attention the case of Amelia, who is a 17-year-old youth ambassador with Mountie Aboriginal Youth and Community Services. Do you mind just recounting her experience for the committee and for people who may be listening to this broadcast at home?
Thank you. We're just pulling that one up.
It's page 20.
So as you've said, Amelia is 17 and she is a youth ambassador. She talks to her experiences of racism in a report called the Call It Out Annual Report 2024 to 2025. She speaks about what it was like to move between her home and community in Wilcannia and boarding school in Sydney, and her account, as we know, is one that is mirrored by a number of young people, and it talks to racism What she describes is both interpersonal racism in public spaces. Now, that means being abused by a stranger on a train at the age of 15. Again, this is not an isolated incident. We hear this story a lot. It talks about the fact that while she is a young, 15, you're not very old, you still need your mums and your dads at that point in your life. No one stood up for her. She was alone while she was being attacked. And let's be very clear, racism is a form of attack. She talks about what it was like to feel that she was unsafe when she went back to her school environment. She talks about what that means, because for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, I think I pointed to it in my opening, the walls and the floors, these are all instruments of colonisation. They're the first instruments that we walk into and the first institutions that we walk into, where that pride and safety that we have within our own homes, it says, geez, you're deadly, geez, you're awesome, you can achieve. That's no longer with us. We are surrounded by people who do not know us and don't necessarily understand how to promote those voices and how to respond to us. She talks about what that meant, and she talked about that weight being intergenerational. Now, intergenerational, of course, means that it was experienced by her families. So when she talks about how she feels and she shares that with her families, that compounds their harm and that compounds their anger. She talks about what that will mean when she raises her own children, because she will pass that on to them and they will pass it back to her. And she talks about what that means for not only her cultural safety, her ability to stand up as a proud Aboriginal young woman and be proud of the language that her families have had, that the stories that they have built, that the changes and the reforms that they have fought for are challenged. She talks about what that means. She says she's scared to go into places because she might be attacked. But physical safety is not only the impact on you feeling like someone might attack you. Physical safety also talks to the deep visceral pain and the sickness that we feel when someone attacks us with racism, because racism makes us feel physically ill. And the fact that bystanders would stand by while a 15-year-old was viscerated in that way, because it is visceral, should be intolerable to anyone in the country.
It is shocking to think that a 15-year-old girl could be racially abused in that way while people on the train station just stood around and watched, and is a reminder that I believe that everyone has a responsibility to speak up and speak out against racism, particularly when they see it, and don't just sit or stand silently by. Thank you very much for your evidence today. I do appreciate it, and we appreciate it. And Chair, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Just following on from the point that Mr G was making, we had a witness in here yesterday talking about, I suppose his comments were that he's less concerned about what the most racist person in the room is saying and doing, and more concerned about what the least racist person in the room is doing instead. I think it speaks to that bystander nature that we're seeing in racist incidents around particularly on social media for our kids, and in person too. I just had a question about the national agreement. There's been criticism of the national agreement through this process, and not delivering on the outcomes that our community want to see. And the comments that you've made here this afternoon also express disappointment for the same reason, that they're not delivering the outcomes that we want to see, and that government aren't acting with urgency or delivering on their part of the commitments that they've made in closing the gap. What are the things that need to change in that agreement, in that framework, where we've got governments actively walking away and doing things that would deliberately make the closing the gap outcomes go backwards? What are the things that you think the Commonwealth government should do to stop those things from happening, so we actually get outcomes for our community?
Look, accountability is massive. accountability is massive. So what are the levers that the Commonwealth holds? The national agreement technically has no funding attached to it. So that's a massive one, and it is one that the Commonwealth Government holds significant levers on. So it is one where perhaps we need to be thinking better about how states and territories and the Commonwealth are genuinely delivering on their commitments and how those programs are changing, and perhaps there need to be ways to say, okay, if you're going to step up, then here is the investment and here's how we're going to come to the table, but you need to be aiming high. It needs to be looking at things like the Aboriginal child placement principle. Now that is going to fundamentally change the way our children are experiencing child protection systems. Now we know that, and I've mentioned it previously, that children within the care system experience significant harm. Now the Northern Territory, obviously the most live example of that, but we're seeing narrative around the child placement principle pop up all over the place, and this is something that was identified as absolutely critical by numerous reviews, including the Bringing Them Home report. It's based on international evidence and the Paris principles. Like, this is a rigorous framework for the safety of children, and it embeds their inherent rights to grow up strong and safe. One of the things that we saw recently as the Northern Territory moved on the child placement board, moved on watering down the child placement principle, was the majority of the states and the Commonwealth step up and say, not real happy with this. In actual fact, we all need to be prioritising it now. I don't know if that's ever been precedented before, and I don't think without the national agreement we'd have ever seen ministers from other states and the Commonwealth stand up and say we support the child placement principle and effectively say this is not okay. We need to see more of that, because what we see when things are not going right, and particularly at times of elections, the Aboriginal community and the Aboriginal community controlled services that are stepping up to the really hard work will then be attacked and seen as an opposition as opposed to who they are, and that is people responsible for delivering services to communities and people that have accountability to their communities. Where we fail is when we don't see accountability of implementation of the national agreement. So where we've seen massive, and I've mentioned it, where we've seen massive gains, it's where we've seen genuine commitment to all four of those priority reforms, and the reviews have shown that they are the elements of transformation. How do you get them embedded? It's rigorous. It's genuinely feeling uncomfortable about how you design programs. It's genuinely being honest about what data says and whether or not that data is true, and ensuring that the people analysing that data are the ones that understand what's truly in it. It's investing in the right type of service delivery and strengthening community-controlled services. And it's fundamentally changing not only how governments keep themselves accountable, but how departments function. One of the things we've heard very, very recently, and again it came out of the Territory, was the first time ever in this consultation with communities on the ground in Alice Springs, saying that for the very first time they are seeing a change in how they are able to develop programs and implement programs. And they've said that evidence has been something that they never thought they would have seen 5 years ago. Again, that was completely unprompted. We were talking about what's good and what's not good. And when we tested it with the group of services that were in the room, and I think there were about 8 different services, they all said we're seeing it in both at the jurisdictional level and the Commonwealth level. So there's something in that as well. It's structural. It has to be embedded not only at the very top in how government operates, but through departments, because departments control the policies and the programs, but then into how the departments deliver those programs, then how we influence the mainstream service providers, and then how we strengthen the Aboriginal community controlled sector to be able to respond. So it's a very comprehensive toolkit, but there is a very clear pathway, and those are the 4 priority reforms that enable you to embed that.
Do you see racism as one of the reasons that our kids are overrepresented in the out-of-home care sector?
Absolutely. So Australia's out-of-home care system was effectively, the first variation of it was what we understand as the assimilation policies and the stolen generation. That is what Australia's child protection system was built on. When I say you can't separate history from now, the impacts of that are embedded. Australia's child protection system is a system. It was built. The reason children are being removed at the rate and scale they're being removed at is because the system was designed to do that. Currently in Australia, what we see is almost 15, just under $16 billion go into child protection. A fraction of that, about 15%, goes into supporting families. Those numbers will be in our report. But we don't see the shift in, and again, when we're talking about those dollars, those big dollars, they are all about removing children. That's all those dollars do. They remove children. The other dollars are the ones that go, well, how do we strengthen you as a family? When we talk about structural racism and systemic racism, that's saying that when you again drill the data, what you see that it is that at every stage of a decision-making tree, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children are treated differently, and the impacts of that treatment get more and more severe the deeper you go into the system, and yet Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have no control of that system. So it gets very, very complicated and very, very deep very, very quickly. Without an understanding of what systemic racism is, we'll never be able to solve that problem. But it is easier to understand the outcome of systemic racism, and that is 7% of the child population, 60% of the children in juvenile detention, 45% of the children in out-of-home care. That is what structural racism and systemic racism looks like in the departments and programs responsible for children.
And lots of the evidence that we've heard from witnesses about what works, on the face of it seems like, is it necessarily what's being used to create policy, to disperse funding, to create laws and legislation in this country? If evidence isn't being used to create policy and legislation, what is being used?
The system. So it's the system has not changed. The system has not adapted to evidence. And again, this is what we know. The evidence has been very, very clear for a very long time. What we haven't done is implement those 4 priority reforms in the way that they need to be implemented. You implement those 4 priority reforms, you immediately get a change in outcome. Now, some of those things would be evidenced. So, for example, let's go to Queensland. Queensland has some, has some ups and downs, and is going through some pretty tough times at this moment in time, particularly when we look at what's happening with children in detention, and changes to legislation, and also some of the findings from the inquiry into harm of children within the child protection system. There are some things in there that are highlighting what's wrong, but there's some things in there that give great concern to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And that is that there are a whole heap of reforms that are pushing away racism and the impacts of racism, pushing away the need to report where a child has been harmed or at risk within things like boot camps. This is really scary stuff, given that we know evidence will show historically that boot camps are places where children are harmed. Again, we know, and I've mentioned it, children in child protection systems are harmed regularly. The Territory, Commissioner Shalina Musk put out her report recently that showed 1 in 3 of every children in the Northern Territory in out-of-home care have had substantiations of harm. So not a notification, substantiations, and those substantiations being on the high end. So I'm not talking about not taking your lunch to school. When you drill those numbers, nearly a quarter, so I think it's 24% of those children, sexual abuse harms in out-of-home care. These numbers are horrific. They are not experienced in the mainstream. That's the impact of it. When you drill into where we're seeing radical reform in those and radically different numbers to that, back to Queensland, Sunshine Coast, they have in that area, the numbers for that area are effectively saying that they have exceeded parity in the number of children in out-of-home care. It's the first region, to my understanding, to show that. Again, how did they do it? It was a combination of things like family-led decision-making, which includes the voice of the child and being able to talk about what it needs, and the family being able to be part of decisions that impacted on them, and also the delegated authority that sits within the Aboriginal service that was responsible for taking on a lot of the work that protected and strengthened families in that community. Again, it shows when we actually step up to it, we can do it, but we're not seeing it at a system level. Past parity, you are less likely to be removed if you're an Aboriginal child in that region.
That's incredible results. Mm-hmm. I think most Australians would be horrified to learn that 1 in 4 kids who go into out-of-home care are sexually assaulted. Mm-hmm. I think most Australians would think that when you remove a child from their parents, it is because they are unsafe in that placement, and that the government, states and territory jurisdictions, are going to place that child somewhere that is safer, not in a place that is going to cause them more harm. So I think that statistic is astounding.
Just a nuance on that statistic. It's of the 1 in 3 children substantiated harm. 24%.
1 in 4 of those.
Yes.
1 in 4 of the 1 in 3.
Yes,
yeah,
and it is still higher than the rate that you would expect to find outside of it. The truth of it is you wouldn't send your child into a school if you knew that that was the rate of harm. The truth of it is those children, the parent was the government. The parent was the government. It is horrific. And it is true that most people, when they hear the word child protection, think that that's what it means. It's a misnomer. Children, the evidence does not say that children are safer when they are put into child protection systems. Again, across the country, the majority of children are removed under what is considered neglect. What anyone working in child protection will tell you is neglect means poverty, and that poverty is absolutely something that governments can respond to, because that's the one where we say, let's get in and let's support the family, let's see what's going wrong. Is there an issue with housing? Is there an issue with food security? Is there an issue with potentially an issue with alcohol abuse or drug abuse? What is going on in this family? What is fantastic about this family? How do we work with them to strengthen them? And we get a fundamentally different result.
Absolutely. I've worked in the child protection system. I'm a family therapist by trade. It is the worst day in a family's life when child protection get involved. It's not what anybody wants. Everybody wants their kids to grow up strong and with more than what they had, and that's certainly true for our families too.
Absolutely.
So I think it is on all of us to make sure they've got everything they possibly can to give their kids a better life. I'm now going to go online to Senator Little.
Hi, thank you. You've raised the issue of barriers and disadvantages that are built into the institution of child protection that include poverty, ability to engage with the systems, confidence of families to engage with systems, language issues that might impact them, education issues that might impact them. I'm interested to understand, given that the child protection system, if you're talking about all children, has inbuilt barriers and disadvantages, I want you to tell the committee how it is that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are impacted differently based on race.
Thank you, Senator. So, as you say, all children in child protection systems suffer significant harm. This is truth. And no child gets out of a child protection system unscathed. When we're talking about differences in how Aboriginal families are treated within those systems, what we know and what we hear consistently is that when Aboriginal families are seeking assistance, they have a great deal of difficulty in being able to communicate with departments, that departments will often look at their environments differently from how an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person will look at them. So poverty is a really good one, and that's why poverty is often seen as neglect. Where we're seeing things like a child might need to be placed into a home. This is a good one for the MPY regions. We've heard this one repeatedly from the MPY regions, the Nganjara, Pinjara, Yagunajara regions, that there are many families when a child has come into distress willing to step up and say, we want to work with you, this is our baby, we want to care for them, no one's going to love this baby the way we will. And the department will make an assessment on whether or not that child is safe based on the number of bedrooms. Senator, I know you know this, on remote communities there is limited housing and there are limited options in order to be able to extend the number of bedrooms in a house. So rather than look at the environment a child is sitting in, this is how we determine whether or not that child is safe, therefore that child will be removed. When we're looking at children suffering from the ability to and families not being able to access the appropriate healthcare and healthcare systems or specialists, what we see, again, this is a big one for families that don't have a lot of support around them or living in regional and remote areas. What the department will do is make an assessment that says you're not able to access a healthcare provider or a specialist, therefore your child will be removed and put into a family in a urban environment where you can access specialists, as opposed to finding a way to work with that family to provide specialist support and care around them. Language barriers are absolutely critical for families. So often this not only impacts on parents when they're trying to navigate systems that are terrifying for anybody, but what we hear often is children, and this is a case example from the Northern Territory, where a little one was removed and taken up to Darwin, and we heard this from the childcare service. The little one could not speak English, and there was no one in that environment that could speak its language. There was no one in the foster care environment that could speak its language, and that baby cried consistently for 2 months, would not let anyone hold it, would not let anyone cuddle it, got sicker and sicker. This is the impact of not being able to respond to systemic racism. So that child absolutely harmed as a result of that experience. Again, when we're talking about the flow-on impact, we know that the intersectionality between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children in out-of-home care and justice systems, those things can also be mapped back to the inability for the structures to respond to nuances in children. Those children are usually the ones that have less contact with their families, and that's often said, relayed to people as the families don't want to talk to us, the families don't want to come in. Again, what we hear from families is they don't know how to come into town. They might not have the money to come into town. They might not have the phones that they need to use. They feel unsafe when they're given access visits. They feel judged. We have heard, again, reports that some families, when they do have those reunification visits, aren't even allowed to speak in language because the government workers sitting around them don't understand what's being said, and therefore they need to speak in English. So again, that structure, the only structure that would have made that baby feel really safe is to speak in its own language, get a cuddle from its mum, distinctly cut off because the people sitting around that potential that supervised visit couldn't understand it. We also hear that when we do have foster care, when we have kinship carers step up to the plate, they can't access the same level of support that a foster carer can. That includes not only the ability to pay the bills and to assure a child is clothed and fed, it also means that foster carer will often get additional supports to put in beds in their house, to ensure that there is transport to get you to school, to ensure that there's a taxi to get you to a doctor's appointment. So again, when we talk about that, we've heard examples of families that have had their children removed because they didn't make doctor's appointments, and that family didn't have access to a phone. And when they tried to do that, again, couldn't speak the language of the telephone operator to convey what was going wrong. And again, that conversation cut off and stopped. The end result, baby removed.
Can I ask how, given systems are, for a range of reasons, very resistant to change, how do we both improve the assessment tool that would perhaps give a different outcome for a child to be removed, and what do we actually have to do to de-incentivise the protection system so that people aren't keeping children in an environment where they don't need to be for longer, and conversely, that children who are actually in need of intervention are actually removed and put into either a safer place with other family members or in a different environment. The system doesn't change very quickly, and the child protection system is so large, noting that I think it's 50,000 children across the country are currently in out-of-home care. Disproportionately, they are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, but this is an enormous, complex problem for Australia. How do we actually get the greatest interventions as quickly as possible to ensure children and families are safe and they thrive and they are, where they are able to, be reunited, and that everyone has a safe, secure future?
Thank you, Senator. Look, number one, how do you redevelop those tools? You do it in consultation with the Aboriginal community so that they are culturally responsive and culturally relevant. And I believe you probably need to have a level of flexibility in the development of those tools because different environments are going to require different types of assessments because no environment is the same. So that's the number one. Find a way to develop tools that are specific to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and their communities. That is absolutely reinforced by those things that we see in the Family Matters building blocks and the Aboriginal Child Placement Principle. So they're your sort of guiding lights on that. Again, increasing investment into the ACOs that are child and family specialists. They represent the gold standard on comprehensive care, and that means that we're not only responding to the risk that a child might be facing at any point in time, we're also strengthening a family to close the gaps in their ability to care for baby, and we're ensuring at the same time that we're investing in the structural supports that the community needs as a whole. So again, when we're looking at some of the incredible reforms coming in at the moment, we know that and have been told previously that there are children on remote communities where you potentially, under the way the NDIS was previously structured, between two of them could have potentially led to an investment of more than $2 million into a community to provide specialist supports. So starting to look at what's currently moving as well. So what other big structural programs are moving within any government system at a point in time that could really flex and respond to those types of environments. I think, again, when we're talking about how families are responded to and how do we strengthen them at speed, that starts with the conversation about what do you need right now, and thinking differently about how we can very quickly respond to housing challenges, food security challenges, access to education. But none of these things will act in isolation if we're not embedding all those other priority reforms that say make sure that when a child comes into school and it's had a really tough day because some things are going on in its home environment, we're able to wrap around that child. So that bystander effect that we talked about at the train station, how do you apply that in every environment that a child comes into? But those things will not happen without adequate resourcing and stable funding models.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Little. That does conclude the questions that we have for you this afternoon. I would expect that you'll get a number of questions on notice from committee members. And if and when they do come through, if you could please respond to those by the 28th of August. If there's any issues with meeting that time frame, you can have a chat with the Secretariat about that. And I'm sure you already know this, but you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today. And if you see any errors in there as you're reading through it, you can request that those be fixed. So thank you very much for the really important work that you do, being the voice for so many of our kids around the country. And that brings us to an end. I want to thank broadcasting. I want to thank the Secretariat for an absolutely mammoth last couple of weeks as we have travelled the country to hear from people about their experiences of racism. And it's great to, and I think really fitting to finish with the experiences of our kids in the system.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. I declare the hearing closed.